Oh, I can't believe it. I didn't turn on didn't turn on my my audio this whole time. Wow. All right. Well, let's kind of start over with an introduction because well, I'm dumb. So we're at Gran Canaria Airport in the Canary Islands, Spain, and we're going to be flying to Humberto Delgado Airport in Lisbon, Portugal. This flight's based on TAP Air Portugal Flight 1119, usually flown using Airbus A321. I don't know why I'm not doing it in the A321 from Project Megapack. Maybe it just doesn't work right. So we're going to be using the Airbus A320 FlyByWire's A32NX mod with the livery created by slidnoidz using Alpha India Group's traffic. We have some traffic injected here. Thomas Cook, some fueling.com over there. Iberia Regional, Condor. Fairly active airport right now. We're on live time. This scheduled flight usually takes off 2:10. It's about 3:10 in real life in the afternoon right now, so we'll be taking off a bit later. We're also using Bijan Habashi's 4-season pack. And I was just setting up the tiller that has come out on the development version for the A32NX. See the tiller. Eerie feeling, though, that I have the axis first. What was that? That was mixture. There we go. I had those reversed because for some reason I use my rudders reversed. So we're gonna have our nose wheel steering is gonna be with the tiller, and it's separate from the rudders. All right. Let's just plane. Up. Turn the screens up for now. Strobe lights set to auto. Have 1, 2, and 3 on the Airs. Let's see. And we're gonna get our fuel. OFP, our fuel need 8508. For some reason there's more, so I'm assuming my weights have all reset again. Oh, there's no fuel on board. That's weird. No fuel on board. Okay, so that's going to take 11 minutes. We got battery master all over the place here. Seatbelt signs off for now. We're fueling. Arm the emergency lights, and let's get the passengers coming on board. Using PackX today for the passenger simulation. Forgot to end my last flight in PackX. That's why that came up. Cruising altitude 34,000 today. Flight time just under 2 hours. Passenger count 180. Got boarding music. We have a custom safety brief. We'll put Wi-Fi on this aircraft today. Passengers coming on. Again, we have our localized names. So we can see the names are a lot more Spanish than our previous few flights, which were in Western Africa, where the names were a little bit more Islamic, African. Really cool feature of PackX right now. Alright. Beaks over there. Alright. Get our clearance. Of course, we're going to have a hard time with the default ATC per usual. Also have the jetways kind of in the cockpit. Okay, so we will get that later. Once we're in the air, we'll get an IFR clearance. We'll put 10,000 feet for our initial altitude. Start our flight computer. We'll grab the weather right away. Golf Charlie Lima Papa. Papa Papa Tango. Our alternate is Lima Echo Zulu Lima. Then we'll get all that. Init/press. Our data request. It looks right there. And Lima Echo Zulu Lima for our alternate flight number 1119. Cost index. Air 21. Cruising flight level 340. There. Can't do page 2 because it's still fueling. We'll do our flight plan. I went with the flight plan with the fewest waypoints. There were some that had like 30 waypoints for some reason. Our first point, Basto. Then Barak, Bravo Alpha Romeo Oscar Kilo. You know, the one that's 554 nautical miles. Then Akos. That's it for our flight plan. The departure. I want to get
Gran Canaria Ground Air
see which
Portugal,
runway they're going with.
With Oscar request taxi for
Default
takeoff
ATC.
straight out.
Air Portugal 1119er, taxi to and hold short of runway 21 right using taxiway Romeo 12 Golf Romeo 8 Romeo 9er Romeo. Contact tower on 118 decimal tree when ready.
Taxiing hold short runway 21 right using taxiway Romeo 12 Golf Romeo 8 Romeo 9er Romeo Air Portugal 1119er.
Okay, 2-1 right, so that's what we got on the flight plan. And we're gonna take Batso, here it's just Vast 5 Bravo as our standard instrument departure. Oops. Insert. And we'll wait on, well, we'll put in, just fill it all in right away. How do we have a continuity here? Never sure how to fix that. Oh, I think what I do is pick in the, because all the flight computers are slightly different. Do that. There we go. All right, we'll go for Lisbon arrival. We'll plan on runway LS03, and our terminal arrival, standard terminal arrival route, be Nakos 8 Alpha. Before I get too far, I'll open up my look up nav graphs. There's no discontinuities. Good. We'll go to our radial nav page. And I'm just grabbing all my charts. They're handy. Our departure was Batso 5 Bravo. Got all that input. VOR. I'm going to use the VOR for our final. The VOR for Lisbon is 114.8. And the ILS 109.1. So we're not going, we shouldn't be landing here. Okay. Go to the performance page. We can do this right now. Pull up. Performance calculator. Look like much right now. There it is. And we need the A320. Alright, so gross weight, I think is the takeoff weight. That's going to be 68,200. Center of gravity. How much fuel do we got on board? We're getting there. Oh, I think we actually are almost completely fueled up. So it looks like we're going to be about 24. Okay. Air conditioning on, runway length. Zoom in. Alright, runway length is, for our takeoff, 3,100 meters. Heading is 206 degrees, dry. Airport elevation, 77 feet. To an H, we did get that. Go into our flight computer. Go to the menu, ATSU, AOC, view messages, MEDAR. We'll print this out while it's printing. QNH is 1018. Temperature 23. Wind 160 at 11 knots. Calculate. Alright, so our V1 135 knots. Rotate 137. And B2 151. Transition altitude, I'm going to look on one of our approach charts. It was 6,000 feet. $877 for our thrust reduction. No flex takeoff temperature for some reason on chart. Up. Point. Okay. Back to our NIT page. I think we are done fueling. We got 8,500 on board. Just a little bit more. Go to NIT page 2. 0 fuel weight and center of gravity is actually 25. How that changed. Oh, that's gonna be close enough. Not gonna fall out of the sky for that. And then fuel planning, 5.6. We got 8.5 for alternates and all that. Back down here, predicted wind shear on, cockpit door locked. Seatbelt signs on. Nav lights on. Barometric reference. What did we have for that? .1018 or 30.07. The ATC likes to go in Mercury. VR ADF. We'll put that on. We're out of range right now. Dash, and our initial altitude. EFIS is ARC and 10. Flight director is both on. Start the AP. Here it's starting up the APU engine and exhaust. Fuel pumps on, your oxygen supply, all the other lights are cleared. APU's at 100%, APU available. APU bleed. Where are we at for passengers? 12 minutes left. And I'm gonna speed this up. I think I had it to... For some reason, you can see how slow they're boarding. No one boards the plane at this rate. I mean, they're just standing there taking their time. Very slow. I really don't think it takes that long to board a plane. Maybe it does. Get that up a little bit. Let's expedite. Still 4 minutes. Really? Go on the road. return to the catering. Baggage. Hopefully the door is closed. We had an issue with the A320 or the A330 flying down to Monrovia a few flights ago. And the cargo door didn't fully shut. Then we had a cabin depressurization. We had to basically return to Freetown, Sierra Leone. I think every flight we've had lately. The only flight we didn't have an issue was from Morocco, Casablanca down to, well, Monrovia. Yeah, Casablanca down to Western Sahara, Leone. That was the only flight we haven't had an issue on. We had a flight going, trying to take off from Monrovia, Liberia up to Morocco, Casablanca. We had engine 2 problem, a fire problem. Okay, door is closing. We're gonna stay connected to the power until ready to push back. I was hoping I could go into the airport. It's probably a generated airport, not handmade at all. Unfortunately. The planes are down over there. Euro wings. Camera up. Smartwings.com. All the way down at the other end of their port, we got a Binter E195 and a Condor, Boeing 757-300. Cool. Wonder why I guess the jetway went away because passengers are on board. Well, let's make sure the door is closed. Is.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome aboard
We'll
flight
disconnect the
11
external power.
with service to Lisbon. Our flight time will be roughly 1 hour
Start our
and
pushback.
6 minutes. Now that the
Beacon lights
cabin
on.
door is closed, please make sure that all devices are in airplane mode and your large devices are now shut down and stowed. Please fasten your seatbelt and make sure that all tray tables and seat backs are in a full upright and locked position for departure. Cabin crew, secure doors for departure.
Good morning to everyone. If you're on YouTube, you haven't already hit that subscribe button, please do hit the like, and let's get chatting in here. How's your Christmas vacation, if you're still on vacation? If not, when did you have to go back to work, and how are you watching this if you're at work? I don't know why my frame rate has kind of gotten bad. And that's stuttering now. Don't like that. Thing gonna lift? Usually it lifts. Maybe it doesn't. It's weird, this pushback toolbar, it sometimes works really cool and other times not. Oh man, I'm gonna have stuttering this whole flight. Always something. Back. Problem. Why is my simulator getting all crappy now? Oh, I'm good. I don't want a whole flight like this. doing so well, and then
Ladies and gentlemen,
went out and did the
please
drone
direct your
camera.
attention to the screen for an important safety demonstration.
Okay, starting engine
Thank you
2.
for flying with us.
Bem-vindo a bordo de Portugal. Venham daí comigo nesta viagem, de norte a sul do país.
Portugal recebeu-nos como reis, e uma vez chegados a esse país maravilhoso, é bem provável que nunca mais nos
Lembrar as regras de segurança a bordo.
I don't know what happened to about this stuttering.
Para toda a segurança e
That's gonna be
conforto,
annoying.
as bagagens de mão têm que ser arrumadas nas bagagens ou por baixo dos assentos.
Hopefully that clears
Todos
up.
os equipamentos eletrónicos colocados nas bagagens devem ser desligados.
A chegada abre as bagageiras com cuidado para evitar a queda de objetos.
O avião tem 8 saídas de emergência, todas devidamente assinaladas. 4 portas de cada lado.
Starting engine 1.
Para abrir as portas, basta puxar a alavanca para cima.
Todas as saídas têm mangas de evacuação que, no caso de necessidade, podem ser usadas como meio de flutuação.
Para descobrir as saídas, siga as faixas refletoras que está ao longo do corredor junto ao seu assento.
Em Portugal, nem sempre é possível manter o cinto apertado. A comida é boa demais. Mas em todos os lugares existem cintos de segurança. Encaixa a patilha de metal na fivela até ouvir um clique e puxa a ponta do cinto até se ajustar assim. Para abrir, basta levantar o topo da fivela. Na classe executiva, encaixa a patilha de metal
arm in the spoilers
na
and the
fivela
flaps.
até ouvir um clique. Deverá ainda usar um segundo cinto sobre o ombro, encaixado
radar
também
on.
lateralmente. Para abrir, basta pressionar o botão da fivela lateral. O cinto deve estar sempre apertado e
Taxi
visível,
and runway turn-off
até mesmo
light.
quando estiver a
We
descansar.
do have both engines available. So we'll turn off
Caso
the view.
indicated as máscaras de oxigênio, mantenha-se calmo. Se as máscaras de oxigênio caíram, puxa a máscara, aplica ar sobre o nariz e a boca, ajusta o elástico à volta da cabeça e expire tranquilamente. Antes de ajudar os outros, coloque
Hey,
sua
Quilpy.
máscara. Nas casas de banho também
Thanks
existem
for the follow.
máscaras de oxigênio.
Debaixo dos assentos ou no compartimento
Having a slow start
lateral
today.
das cadeiras existem coletes salvação.
Hey,
Em caso
Quilpy,
de
I went to school with
necessidade,
Quilpy.
retire da embalagem. Passe a
When we were
costura pela
little.
cabeça e ajuste-o à
Kindergarten,
volta
first,
da
second grade,
cintura.
probably
Para
preschool.
encher o colete, puxe o cordão com a pega vermelha
Just getting the
ou
safety
solte pelo
announcements
tubo lateral.
here,
Depois de suflado,
and
também pode ser usado como boia.
we can
O
get
colete
going
só
here.
deve ser suflado depois de abandonar o avião.
Para que consiga apreciar em grande forma tanta beleza natural, os aviões da TAP não é permitido fumar, nem mesmo cigarros eletrônicos.
Felizmente, neste
Not
avião,
sure what's
os
going on with
equipamentos
my,
eletrónicos podem ser usados, desde que esteja em modo de voo ou
computer
equivalente
performance.
e a função Bluetooth esteja
Yeah, good
desativada.
times.
Caso se
I
encontrem
remember,
danificados, apresentem uma temperatura
I don't remember.
anormal, produzam fumo,
Remember
que não se
being,
recorda a sua localização
they're all
ou
like
tenham
Snoopies
caído
or
para o
something.
interior
What is
da
going
estrutura
on
da
here?
sua cadeira, deverá informar de imediato a tripulação.
E por último, coloque as coxas da cadeira em posição vertical, recolha a mesa e aperte o cinto. Para mais informações, consulte o folheto de segurança que se encontra na bolsa das cadeiras. A tripulação deste...
Why is the tug still attached to me? Oh, that's why we can't move. The game is a little louder. Alright, let me turn it down here. That should be a little bit better. Turned up my mic the other day. Or turned up the gain a little bit. I don't know why I'm getting this stutter. Clearing up now. Alright, we're going to runway 21 right. that is... Plane doesn't want to turn. I set up the hand tiller for this. Going down there. I'm not sure why we're getting the stuttering. Yeah, real-time flight. This flight's gonna be about an hour 50 minutes. Flying up from the Canary Islands up to Lisbon, Portugal. Be a fun flight. Yeah, my flights tend to be a little bit shorter. Some guys, they'll be flying for 6-7 hours.
Gran Canaria Air Portugal 1119er at runway 21 right, ready for departure, straight out departure.
Air Portugal 1119er QNH 30.06 wind 164 and 1
Flight attendants, please prepare for takeoff.
Departing straight out approved. Cleared for takeoff runway 21 right.
Cleared for takeoff runway 21 right, Air Portugal 1119er.
Nose light on, takeoff. Yeah, it's pretty cool. I mean, this is flight 74. I'm doing a world tour where I'm flying into every country in the world. Little controversy a few flights ago. Okay, I could turn here. Always have so much hard time with the bigger planes. It's not even a huge plane either. The A320. But a few flights ago, we were flying from Morocco, Casablanca down to Leon, Western Sahara. And Western Sahara is a basically it's an Arab country fighting for independence from Morocco and I think Mauritania. And so I had the Western Sahara flag, and someone came in and said, "Oh, that should be a Moroccan flag. It's part of Morocco." And I'm like, "Well, I'm just flying into every territory. I'm not trying to make too much of a political statement there." All right, we're on the runway. We got to make sure we have our frame rate or whatever. This stuttering that's going on, not good. Just started. Haven't had this problem ever. I don't know if Flight Simulator updated. Okay, takeoff nose light, landing lights are on, did that. Transponder on, TCAS is the Tara. We're gonna hold our brakes. Stabilize the engines at 40%. Go and take off, go around mode. How's your morning, Quilpy? Linda was teaching me how to make her porridge that she likes. And retract the flaps. Yeah, it looks okay now. I put the landing gear up. Nice window view out of here. Yeah, you can see it's kind of stuttering a little bit. Not as smooth as it usually is.
Gran Canaria Tower Air Portugal 1119er frequency change.
Pull back the thrusters to
Gran
climb.
Canaria approach Air Portugal 1119er is type Airbus A320 entry miles southwest of Gran
those
Canaria,
lights.
2,500 feet. Request flight following.
Oh, that's good. You're finally over COVID. Yeah, kids are loud and I love them, but hope they go back to school soon. When are they going back?
10322
What is
Air
that?
Portugal 1119er.
Oh, we're already at 4,500 feet. Coming fast. Get the autopilot on.
Roger, Air Portugal 1119er. Gran Canaria approach Air Portugal 1119er.
Yeah, a lot of people have said it's so complicated. Last plane I flew was the CRJ. It's a smaller regional jet and a lot more systems to deal with. Okay, we're gonna go standard pressure. Well, I think I've flown probably 80 flights in this plane. Probably not even that many. Then back in X-Plane, which was another simulator, I flew the Boeing 737 probably 80 times. So I've finally gotten the hang of some things in here.
Turn left heading 030, proceed on course climb, and maintain 13,000 feet. Air Portugal 1119er.
Goodness, bad frame rate. It's stuttering. Usually even if the frame rate's a little bit lower, it kind of doesn't kind of lurch like this. Go back in January. Kind of frustrated with the performance today on the sim. Well, we'll make do. When I get to Lisbon, maybe I'll start it up again and see if that's better. This is the island. Let's see, what island is this? Las Palmas de Gran Canaria. That might be that's probably the city over there. Las Palmas de Gran Canaria. This is, I think it's just Gran Canaria Island. The airport. That's why on my overlay it said basically the airport's in between the villages of Telde and Ingenio. On Gran Canaria Island, Las Palmas, one of the like autonomous zones for Spain, and then Canary Islands. So, as we're going up here on our right side, we're going to see Fuerteventura Island and Cabildo Insular de Lanzarote Island. Hoping this stuttering clears up. No, it looks good. Nothing about the visuals have changed. You can kind of notice it when it stutters a little bit. Maybe you can't notice it unless you've been in it. Yeah, it's not terrible. I mean, I've seen worse. Kind of notice it kind of lags a little bit for some reason. Try to make you sick there. Gonna go back and get a wing view. Yeah, it's a way better. If you go back and watch my videos on YouTube from probably back before July, I upgraded. I built this computer back in probably 2016. I actually took all the parts over to China, and then I think I bought a case over there. And but in July, I had to upgrade the. ATC doesn't like it when you don't follow their directions. But I upgraded it. I had to upgrade I think I upgraded the CPU. I had to upgrade the motherboard. I had to get a whole new motherboard too. And then I added some RAM as well. Simulators, though.
1119er climb and maintain 15,000 feet.
I mean, simulators, you're just hoping to get around 30 frames per
Climb and
second
maintain
anyway.
15,000 feet. Air Portugal 1119er.
Still kind of stuttering. Could be because I have like 5,000 programs open too, but I usually don't have a problem with that. What drink should I get here? Got my milk tea. Authentic from China. I was thinking of pouring some in a mug and dipping some Oreos in it, but it's not even 10 in the morning. When did you get that computer? Because yeah, I was thinking about doing that in July. Because I had a couple weeks of vacation in July between jobs. And I only stayed at that job for I think 2 weeks. And then I went back to my old job, but yeah. Yeah, I've been in the US when did we come back? I came back July 2019. Yeah, I came back July 2. Well, yeah, I've commented on your streams and I said I was trucking. Should have remembered that. Or did you forget? That was a while ago. I think I was out in New York one time. I was commenting on your stream. It's a little bit better. How's the sound level? I'm gonna go outside the plane. Let's see how it sounds. Gonna say there's Gran Canaria behind us, but it was behind my head. Then off to the left, in the distance, you can see whatever it is. Fuerteventura. Okay. Yeah, sometimes it depends on the plane also. Not all the planes have the same sound level. And if you're in the cockpit, outside, obviously if you're outside the plane like this, it's going to be louder because you got the engines. Down here. Amadeo de Souza Cardozo. Don't know who that is. Okay, you bought it over a year ago. Desktop Alienware Aurora R11. Yeah, I was thinking of doing that because I upgraded in July, and actually louder in the cockpit than outside. They're gonna clear us to a higher altitude. I don't want to. The default ATC in these simulators aren't that great. Our cruising is gonna be 34,000 a day. Yeah, so when I was looking at the upgrades, yeah, I was looking for a graphics card because I still have the 1070, GTX 1070 from NVIDIA. I upgraded, I went from an Intel CPU to an AMD. I got probably the AMD's Ryzen 7. I didn't splurge on the 9. I think that would have been like $600, $700, and with a baby on the way, I couldn't justify that, I guess. And then, but the graphics cards, it's like, yeah, they're unavailable, or I saw a 3090 on Amazon, and it was available, but it was basically $3,090, so you were paying for every single digit there. A little breeze up there.
Canary Center, Air Portugal, 1119er.
Well, I'm guessing you.
Flight level 340.
most of the games you're playing are crazy intense on the graphics, I would think. Alright, let's see who's calling me. I don't know what number this is. I was searching for auto insurance the other day because we just got a used car a few weeks ago. And I was comparing Geico and Progressive. Finally went with Progressive because I think it was a little more expensive, like $10 more over the 6 months, but I can get the little plug-in for the car and hopefully be able to lower our insurance a little bit more. Well, Geico has been calling me every day now, all the time. Phasmophobia. What's Phasmophobia? Is that on Steam? Alright, so we're gonna be trying to get up to flight level 340. We can put that away. Let's actually turn off the seatbelt signs. Let the passengers get up and walk around. Use the toilet. Got our little TAP Portugal coffee cup. Take the coffee cup out. Technically not coffee, that's just water. Put it back. I was thinking maybe I was getting some glitchiness because of the scenery. I got a lot of mods. But we're just kind of over water right now. Shouldn't be that bad. On this side. Let's fare to Ventura. Then the last island, which will be the northernmost island, probably... Well, Fuerteventura is about 60 miles away from the African coast, so that's the closest Canary Islands. You can probably see the African coast right over there. And then, but the northern island there is Cabildo Insular de Lanzarote. That'll be the last northernmost island. Lost my cursor. 330. I always like this view. We're outside of the plane, outside the window. Get a view of the whole cockpit. Thought I had an underbelly shot here. There we go. What was I looking for? I was looking for... You're a ghost hunter trying to figure out what ghost is haunting whatever house, prison, school. I wonder if that's the... When I watch some streams, one of the ads that comes up, it's for, it's either for DoorDash or Uber Eats. It's probably DoorDash. I think. For one of the delivery services. And the two streamers are playing some ghost game, so maybe that's what it is. Phasmophobia, let me look. I'm not looking at buying any new games right now. I've got 153 games on my Steam. If you figure each one of those was $10, which they weren't. Way too much money. Way too much. Okay, Phasmophobia. Oh, 13 bucks, not bad. Ooh, it's co-op too. That's cool. As I was saying the other day, I was another one of my friends, one of the guys I worked with. I don't know if he's in the if he's in the chat. Say hey. Hey, old man Shaky. Lanzarote is the northernmost island and my holiday destination for most years for winter sun. That's really cool. Where do you live usually? Seems like Canary Islands would be a pretty cool place to just settle down. When me and my wife were in China, we did a vacation out to Koh Lipe, Thailand. I wouldn't mind living there. Go. I don't want to do this camera. There we go. You can see the island. UK. Yeah, well, then that's the difference. There's the difference right there. I'm so jealous of people in Europe because their vacations I always see people talk about their vacations, Europeans talk about their vacations, like, oh, you know, or they live in the UK, it's like, oh, I'm going to Greece, I'm going to Italy. And for us, that's such a big thing, because it's an, you know, it's a would be transcontinental, transoceanic, whatever flight, probably a good $600, $700 for a round-trip ticket. At least that's my experience with flights to China. They were about $600, $700 when they were inexpensive round-trip tickets. Well, goals, yep. That sounds like I've never been there, and that'd be a place to go. I've never been over to Europe or well, technically the Canaries are still in the Western Hemisphere, but you know, over there, the old world, on the other side of the ocean, not the Americas. Obviously I was in China for many years, and as I was saying, Thailand, Koh Lipe Island out in the Indian Ocean off the west coast of Thailand. I could stay there. There was a guy there, he had a pizza place. I think he was an Italian guy, and he had a pizza place there, and we were just hanging out on the beach, and here he comes just strolling, taking his afternoon walk on the beach. I'm like, well, that's the life. Make some pizza in the evening and hang out on the beach during the day. Alright, flight level 340. Oh yeah, I miss it. Well, I miss China, and because China gave us all that time to be able, time and freedom to just hop down to Thailand for a summer vacation. I don't think I would have ever even thought of going to Thailand if I wasn't in China. And it's gonna be a while before. Well, obviously we need this whole pandemic thing to end before we can do much of anything. And Linda wants to go back and visit. Obviously, both want to go back and visit China, visit our cat. I literally own an apartment in China, and I'm paying a mortgage on an apartment in China for a cat. A litter box and a cat. All of our stuff's still there too, but her mom doesn't live there anymore. Her sister's married and lives in their nice apartment. So it went from 4 people in the apartment to 1 cat. I missed that. So many games, so many. Yep. And they're all old, so I don't know if people would want to watch me play them. I mean, I do need to get back into American Truck Simulator, because a lot of my subscribers on YouTube are always asking, when are you gonna play? When are you gonna make another American Truck video? And my answer usually is, well, once I get a local job and I'm not over the road doing it in real life all the time. You can see on Pack X, our little bar on the bottom here, they're serving breakfast. I don't think Quilpy was in here, or either of you were in here when I showed it off, but here's Pack X. Bring it up, we'll look at the customer, or look at the passengers. There they all seated. Now this doesn't look like a real life flight to me, because in real life there'd be probably 10 people standing in the aisle, another 3 or 4 just milling around in the galley, standing outside the bathroom doors. What's really cool about Pack X is that they have all the passenger names are localized. You can see a lot of these names are more Portuguese and Spanish. If you go back a few flights ago when we were in Africa, Western Africa, there were more Islamic, African names, Muhammad, Ibrahim. But now we got like Felicia and Eli, and Valentina, Hernandez. Harry Graham? Martha Wilkinson. I always like to kind of jump through here and see if I recognize any names. Oh yeah, and I would definitely, every time I go on Twitch and I see one of the Twitch categories I follow is Jedi Knight. Star Wars Jedi Knight, and usually there's no viewers, and I click on it, and maybe there's one guy playing it, and I'm like, all right, go for it. Let's go. So maybe I'll do that. Maybe I'll do that later. Jump in and do Jedi Knight. Or Dark Forces, X-Wing, all those old ones. Yeah, this basically August I was freaking out over what I'm gonna do in the future because I want to be home more, or I don't know if I want to truck over the road or what the future in that is really. I mean, it's a good job and I enjoy it, but I'm never home. I'm thinking, okay, what else can I do? What else can I do? I'm like, oh, I could be a pilot. So I looked in ATP. They have a pilot program, and it basically 7-8 months, depending on how firm you are on there's the northernmost little island of the Canaries, but based on how firm you are on your schedule, how much effort you put in, you could be done with the program in 7 months, and 7-8 months, and I think after that you are basically a certified flight instructor. Yeah, baby in the back seat. Well, Linda came out last year when I had my older, my 2019 truck, and we still had the air ride seats. So, like the seat, the driver's seat and the passenger seat would have that kind of the air. So when you'd hit the bumps, that kind of nice suspension, very comfortable. And then when I went back to Millis Transfer where I'm working, the truck I have now, the newer trucks, because we've been bought by Heartland, and Heartland's starting to control the specs and kind of skimp here and there. They took out the passenger seat, and I'm sorry, just reading the chat there. They take out the passenger seat and they put in it's literally just a steel box. It's just fixed in there. The seat does not move. Linda sat in it for like 1 minute when we were just moving. Hey, well, give me a second. Let me finish my phrase there. That's what I gotta do. And she's like, no, I can't do this. And so basically after that, that's when she found that she was pregnant, and but she hasn't been out, and she wouldn't be coming out anyways, or she'd just be sitting in the bunk in the back. Because that front seat is basically useless for anyone. But I've seen entire families come out of these trucks, out of these sleeper trucks. I've been at the fuel island at the pilot, and guy gets out, the driver gets out, the guy, wife gets out, dog gets out, kid gets out. I'm like, all right, that's pretty crowded for me. Another kid comes out, another kid comes out. So 3 kids have come out now, a dog, wife, and then another dog comes out. And these are big dogs too, not just these little, little lap dogs. You can put a lot in there. I don't know how these guys do it, but I guess that's one way to get some bonding time with the family. Hey, Clixy101, thanks for coming in. How's your day been? We are flying. Again, I got all this information on the top. Where's my camera? There it is. All this information up there, where we're going. We're flying from the Canary Islands over to Portugal on, I just noticed I have the wrong airline. My overlay, fix that. I was testing it out and then I forgot to put it. So there we go, TAP Portugal, sorry. Clown car / truck. Oh, yeah. I was like, what does that mean? Oh yeah, I was just talking about everyone, yeah, piling out. Well, that's very good. My day's good too. I was just learning how to make some pumpkin porridge, because my wife's getting to the point where I'm going to need to be cooking everything for her in the morning and afternoon. Any moment now, we're probably, we could be flying halfway to Spain here, or Portugal, and might have to duck out and go over to the hospital. Yep, doing good. Had a small breakfast with the Chinese little handmade pies that my mother-in-law always made over in China, and so we're still able to buy the little pies that you fry up in a pan and then put some scrambled eggs in. Sorry, I'm Mateo over on YouTube. Can you send my An salute? I'm not sure my An, what An is. But hey, I'm Mateo. Thanks for watching. Cruising at 34,000 feet over the Atlantic Ocean. Sorry about the performance. Maybe you guys don't notice, but it's kind of stuttering for me. Flying the Airbus A320 up to Lisbon, Portugal. And hopefully the weather's cleared up, because last night when I was kind of testing out Lisbon, it was completely socked in by fog. You couldn't see anything. Old Man Shaggy 34. Thanks for the follow. Thank you. Thank you very much. I was a truck driver, so Shaggy 34 was a truck driver, joining the military in '87. That's when I was born. I was born in '87. And Quilpy wasn't even born in '87. I think she was born in '88. But heck, we're old here on Twitch. Most of these kids are 20 and younger. Let's see, truck driver joining the military in '87 until 2009. So you did the military. Thanks for the follow, ClickZ101. I think I'm saying that right. 88, yep. Yeah, my wife is 88 too. Let's see, truck driver. Well, thanks for your service. So you were you drove truck in the military for, I'm assuming that's what it is, for 22 years. Glad to finish that career. Yeah, a lot of truck drivers, when they retire, they're glad for it. But at the same time, there's aspects you miss about it. That's definitely something for me. It's like I'm just thinking about doing a local thing, working down at the Miller Brewery in Milwaukee, being a yard dog, and that's where you just move the trailers around within the yard, put them in the docks so they can fill them up with beer, all that. 12-hour shifts. Starting out, it'll be a night shift, so it'll be 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. 5 days a week. But I'll at least be home and I'll have 2 days off, so my schedule will be completely upside down. I won't see the sun during the winter, but at least I'll be home a little bit more often, because over the road is a little bit more relaxed. Get to see the country, which is nice, and that'll be something I miss, but you're never home. Okay, I was seeing this other line. Uh-oh, I'm a little nervous about this other line on our flight plan. Now let's see what's going on there. Go to plan page. Shouldn't be another line, like it's like we're almost coming straight back. As Quilpy said, she would crash this plane if she was playing it. And I've been close. I used to crash a lot when I first started. Okay, Nacos. Yeah, I don't know what this, why there's these lines kind of shooting out. Must be a glitch. Hopefully it's a glitch. We'll see as we're coming in. Might have to fly it by hand. Yeah, Quilpy drove the school bus for a few years. There's some things, but I think I'm done. Yeah. That was another thing I was thinking of. My dad did that way back in the day, back when I was going to school with you. Back at Old Good Shepherds. Dad was doing, he drove the flower truck for Karthauser and Sons up in Germantown, all over Wisconsin, but he also drove the short bus. He drove it for the people for the kids that would have behavior issues and some mental issues, or the kids in the wheelchairs, all that kind of stuff. And so he'd have to strap people in. He was telling a story over, I think during the baby shower, we were over at at the baby shower. He was talking about how he drove bus, and he had one where the kid smashed the window. He had to be strapped in. He had to actually like strap his arms in Had to strap down the wheelchair and everything because the kid would just get up and walk around the bus and smash out windows and stuff if you didn't completely strap him down. Alright, let's see. Listen to a few of these chats, but I'm liking it. I'm liking this. If I can't keep up with the chat, that's a good thing. And Quilpy probably would say, yes, that's a good thing. You can't keep up with the chat. When you need moderators and all that. We're not there yet, but I'm enjoying this. Alright. So, old man Shaggy 34. And you drove truck in the UK too. In the, I'm assuming in the British Army? Were those over... Well, army military trucks are different too. But anyway, old man Shaggy's finishing your working life doing office work and a bit of cleaning, which gives me more sim time nowadays. Yeah, that's my hope. Well, I don't know if working 5 days a week, 12-hour shifts is going to give me a ton more sim time, but a little bit because I'll have the weekends versus going over the road. Klitzy 101, my PC crashes after a while on here. It might be my power supply, but does anyone know? It could be. It could be your power supply. It could be any number of things. I've had my PC. There'll be times when I'll open Photoshop or just some program, some random program, and suddenly everything just turns off. The system just shuts down. I don't know if it was overheating or what it was. I've got like 100 programs open right now for this stream. And besides the simulator being a little glitchy, which just happened today. I usually don't have this problem. I usually don't have a crash while I'm streaming. A surprise. Quilpy says her plane would be in the ocean. Could be. Could be. School bus is great because you get paid days off when there's no school. I didn't know that. I didn't know that. I do know that you get, like, you work, obviously you work in the morning, you get, like, the middle of the day off, which would be kind of cool. Come home, maybe do a stream, you know, do a flight, and then get back out some more. Love driving special ed. Yeah, that was what I was looking for. I was looking for special ed. That was the term. But yeah, my dad did that, and yeah, he definitely had some adventures with some of them. Some of them were just great, and others definitely would be smashing out windows and getting up and walking all over the bus, and you'd have to strap them in. Yeah, that kid that I was talking about, he'd get up on the bus and he would literally just, when my dad would open the door to let other kids in, or, you know, he'd open the door, he'd have to go out and help the kid get on the, what do you call it? Wheelchair ramp. I'm blanking on words. On the wheelchair ramp, and while he was doing that, this other kid, who wasn't in a wheelchair, could walk around, but obviously had a little, you know, was special ed, he'd get out of the bus and just kind of walk around on the sidewalk, and my dad would be like, you can't do that, you can't get out of the bus, I can't just have you wandering around, and, you know, one of these days you're just going to leave, and then I've lost a kid. And so I think eventually he had to strap that kid in. They wouldn't leave. Old man Shaggy says, rather you than me, to Quilpy, rather you than me driving a bus full of kids. Hectic little blighters. I love the British. I love the British way of buggers and blighters. Well, this is a perfect game for reading chat, especially on a longer flight like this where we don't have a ton to do, and especially considering we're just flying over the ocean, so not even a lot of scenery to look at. Let's go to a wing view, get something different. Yep, true. Quilpy again, true, but some of them are so sweet. Yeah. Well, that was how it was in China. That's something I miss back in China with all of our students. It's like, yeah, they can be a handful, whether they're special ed or not, but kids can be sweet too. And you get to hand them over to the teachers. Bye, kids. Well, yeah, that's true. You just have to drive them. You don't have to try to teach them and do everything for 5, 6, 7, 8 hours a day. And then Clixie, Quilpy to Clixie, I had an issue where I had things plugged into the wrong spot in the back of the PC. It kept crashing. It's good now, though. Yep, if you've built your own PC or if you plug something in, that could cause issues. Well, and old man Shaggy, yep, probably commenting back on when I said that you get those off hours in the middle of the day, go home and fly the sim. Well, we'll see how... I'm kind of sticking with my trucking job right now. They're the same company. And that's why I'm kind of limited. I have this one option for a local gig, which is doing, like I said, yard work down at the Miller Brewery in Milwaukee, or it's technically Molson Coors, but I don't think they've changed the sign on it, and we're just always going to call it Miller, just like we call American Family Field. We can still call it Miller Park for the Brewers. Delta Tango UK, I am not on live players right now. Unfortunately, I haven't done that. I'm looking for a community to kind of get into that, do some smaller plane flights with a group. And obviously, if we get some more of you here on Twitch and YouTube, guys who are flying, and if we want to do a group flight, we can kind of work that out. I believe I have the Discord. The place to go for that would be Discord. I still have to set up my Discord to get some proper rooms and everything. It's not really organized for it, but if you type in the exclamation mark in the Discord, it'll give you the link for that. And if you go in there, we can kind of chat about setting up, at least when we're not doing a stream here, figuring out a cool group flight. I've never done a group flight, really taking advantage of the multiplayer in Flight Simulator yet, but it looks really fun. There it is. Quilpy did it for me. I guess I could have done it too. I could have just typed it in as well. That's how you do it. I think I have one for YouTube and another one for Twitter. And then obviously whatever other... I'm still learning all the little things like that. For example, again, Quilpy is my, it's going to become my mentor here for how to do things on Twitch a little bit. Like up here above my camera, I have the little, what is that, a little chair and then a little timer. That's, I think that's the stream element for doing a follow train or whatever. Hype train, however that works. Not sure why it doesn't. When I was testing it, it would start that timer over again. I don't know how that all works. That's what is my setup for Flight Sim? What do you mean? Like the PC I'm flying? I think I have that also. Oh, okay. See you later, Quilpy. Thanks for stopping by. I'm planning on streaming for a few hours here, hopefully. We're going to do another flight from Lisbon over to Algiers, Algeria, and then maybe continue on to Tunisia, and just cruise all across North Africa. So see you later, Quilpy. Thanks for the follow. Thanks for stopping by, and you'll have to help me out with some of this Twitch stuff. Help the kids with things. Yep. Quilpy, I think she has, if I'm remembering right, 3 boys. Which my wife shudders. Like, she's almost at the point where she can't handle one. Like, oh, did we make the wrong decision to have a baby? Yeah, so what do you mean, Old Man Shaggy? Like my computer setup, or? Oh, it's I have the Thrustmaster 16,000M, I think is what it is. And I want to say, if you look below, just to give you a heads up, but I'll definitely talk about it too, no problem. Yeah, if you look below the video screen, and I think I have my PC system section, I have a little bit of the information. I don't have my camera or audio, but I have like my flight planning, flight stick. It's a Thrustmaster T.16000M flight control system, OTAS joystick. Then I have the rudders, the flight rudder pedals from Thrustmaster, and then the throttle, Thrustmaster weapon control system throttle. Basically one of the basic plastic, nothing fancy. It came as a package. I bought it over in China. It probably ends up being probably $100. I think the joystick itself is maybe $80 you can find it, so the whole set might be $150. Yeah, right. That's all it is. It's nothing fancy. It's got some buttons, which I kind of need to reset up my button layout because I have no idea what all the buttons do. And I set up the, if you can see it down there, the A321nX, the mod for this Airbus A320, on their development version, they just added a functional tiller. So I have that on my Z-axis, the twisting of the joystick. I'm trying to see if this twists all the way. Yeah. And now that's actually separate from, because before my Z-axis was actually my rudder pedals, and that would be how I have to steer the plane on the ground too. But now they're separate. Alright, we're about an hour out from Portugal. I have a lot of problem using my rudder pedals though, because they're kind of just sitting on a hardwood floor, and so they slide when I start pushing on the brakes, trying to steer with them. Basically, when you're in the airliners, you don't need to steer with the rudders too often. I mean, you're using the rudders basically on landing, on rollout. I think we're gonna be flying into some weather. A little bit of cloud cover, fog. Let's see, what time is it? 4:25. 16:25 UTC. We are in the UTC zone, Greenwich Mean Time, or Zulu time, right where we're flying. So that clock is exactly our time. 4 in the afternoon, 4:25. That is live time. Might be. It looks like it's a few minutes behind, and that's because I had to do that setup. So we're a little behind live. Hey Datiki, how are you? Thanks for joining in. Flying the Canary Islands to Lisbon, Portugal. Like I said, about an hour to go. We're currently en route to waypoint Barak, Bravo Alpha Romeo Oscar Kilo. Old Man Shaggy, just bought myself the new Velocity 1 flight system, but just need rudder pedals now. Velocity 1 flight system. Let me see. Yeah, unfortunately, I don't, I was talking about, I didn't have a lot of time to keep up on everything going on with the flight sim world. And basically this week I've just been flying like crazy just because I want to get some flying in. So, but hopefully once things settle down a little bit more, I can follow some of the forums and There's Velocity 1 Flight Control, Universal Control System. That's from Turtle Beach. There. That's basically, it looks like, oh, so it's like an Xbox controller too. That's for the, kind of looks like a system for your smaller planes. It's got the mixture, throttle, what's the middle one there? Prop. Kind of like a flight control system for smaller planes. Sure, you can use it with the larger planes. I would love to have something like that with the trim wheel. You know, just have those knobs and actually just do that by hand as opposed to having to maneuver the mouse to the right place on the screen. I'd probably want to get more of a system like for the Boeing. But maybe get one of those, and that'd be good for doing the smaller planes, and then maybe stick with this for the A320. Sort of matches the A320 with the joystick. Thrustmaster has a great A320 setup too. Datiki, we're going to Lisbon, Portugal, Humberto Delgado Airport, Lima Papa Tango. I'm hoping simulator, I'm just having some issues. Simulator's a little stuttery, so once we land in Lisbon and finish this flight, I'm going to restart Flight Simulator, see if we can clear that up. We'll just go on the intermission or just chat, and I'll set up the next flight. Next flight, where we're going to be flying Lisbon, Portugal to Algiers, Algeria. That should be about an hour and a half flight. I think that's going to be in the A320 as well. Air Algérie. I say my words, I say my French and Spanish, all these things bad, but basically Air Algeria will be flying to Algeria. Next two flights will be Air Algeria on the A320. First to Algiers, Algeria, and then to Tunis, Tunisia. Then I think we're on, not Air Afrique, I think what airline will be going from Tunis to Tripoli. Yep, basically a Cessna cockpit, but it has 4 thrust levers for the Boeing 747. Oh, okay. Yeah, it did have the 4 levers. But otherwise, yeah, it looks like kind of like a Cessna. But yeah, you could double it up as a Boeing yoke and thing as well. Really cool. I know there's, I'm not sure which one it was, but I know they just released a nice yoke that really moves. Got a lot of pretty realistic, I guess, that you can use for the Boeing. Of course, right now I primarily only fly Airbus because obviously the A321nx mod, which is probably the best mod I think for an airliner in Flight Simulator. And then I do fly the A330, which is from Headwind, which is a free mod. I think it ports over the A330 from Simulator 10, Simulator X. But it uses the A321nx cockpit, so you get to take advantage of all this, but in an A330 plane. Then there's also the A321 from Project Megapack, which has basically been discontinued support and all that. Those are the 3 I fly, and then the CRJ 700, and I have the 550. I haven't flown the 550 at all from Aerosoft. Those are my payware planes. And I'm looking forward to getting some Boeings, some nice Boeings in here. I like the 787-10, but just not enough systems work on it, and I always seem to have problems with the heavy division mod for it. No, so there's a mod for the 747 and a mod for the 787, but I think I don't have as much experience with those two, and they don't seem to be as far along modding wise as the A321nx for the A320. But really looking forward to getting hopefully that PMDG. Not sure if I want to get the 737, because I can kind of just fly this plane as a substitute, but maybe get a bigger one, a 757, or whatever it is, when those come along for PMDG. PMDG, cream of the crop when it comes to your simulator planes, but very expensive. Alright, I'm going to open up, let's open up Navgraphs. Give you a look at our flight. Looks like we're about halfway. Halfway to Lisbon. Our standard terminal route. I'm wondering if those lines are because there's this holding pattern on the final. At the star as we're here right now. Speed max of 280 knots between flight levels 245 and flight level 100. Maximum 250 knots at or below 10,000, obviously. Then at or below 7,000 feet, 220 knots, and 200 knots beneath 400 or 4,000. Already, it basically just says right there, maximum 250 knots once we get to the beginning of our approach. Get to 4,000 feet. Like 4,000 feet is going to be our entering into our final approach. Looks like we capture the glide slope at 4,000 feet, 26 degrees in. We'll be going over the Tejo Bridge. We have a couple of high points right there, and the mountains off to our left as we come in. Should be a nice approach right over the core of the city. Hopefully it's not all socked in with fog. Tatiki, I have that game, but my PC won't work since I have Windows 10. Which game? Flight Simulator? Microsoft Flight Simulator? It should work since you have Windows 10. I have Windows 10. I didn't do it on Windows 10. Don't see why it wouldn't. Boeing yoke looks nice, but costs more than the Velocity. I'd love to have a full cockpit setup. Of course, we all would. But that would cost me my marriage. Yep. Yep. I think so. I think my wife would allow it. If I was... Obviously, if making more money and... Nah, I don't think she would allow it. She barely likes it that I'm streaming. You're always on your computer. She said I can stream in the morning right now because she takes a nap in the morning. Afternoon it gets a little bit shakier. Around lunchtime. Like I said, we're probably taking intermission. I'll put up the intermission screen, play another video. While I set up the next flight, maybe have to make a little lunch. But I think we'll just keep this one continuous stream. Go into flying to Algeria. That's at least the plan. At least the plan right now. So we're holding at 34,000. The fuel prediction. Estimated fuel on board 4.1. I'm gonna have to start doing something like I know follow a 757 Spy on here. The fun watch as well. He always kind of plays like a fuel game, I think, is what he does. Okay, we're supposed to have this much fuel at the end of the flight. Let's see what we're actually going to have. Not sure where he finds that information, though. How much fuel should have at the end of the flight. Or if he gets that information right at the beginning. First estimate. I don't know. I'll have to watch some more of him. Oh, that's what I wanted to do. I wanted to look at our weather. Yeah, so we got Kavak. Now, I'm not exactly sure what Kavak means. Doesn't have fog in there, though. Or, wait, wrong one. This one. Okay, so we have a few clouds at 1,000 feet, broken clouds at 10,000 feet, or 1,200 feet. Nothing about fog. Except for this. Yeah, I'm trying to convince her of that. I'm trying to build my stream up. Be something I'd like to do, then I could be home. Now, yeah, I'll be sitting in the computer room, but once the stream gets to a certain point and you got a lot of people actively chatting, you can step away for a few minutes here or there, and it's not a big deal. You say, hey, gotta make some lunch, or I gotta help my wife grab something from the top. Gotta burp the baby, change a diaper. But I think most people understand that anyway. Add some flavor. That's why we have, like, right behind me, right, got on the camera, right there, we got the baby camera. It's facing at me for some reason. A few days ago, I was streaming in the evening, and I noticed in my camera when I looked at my OBS, I noticed the camera pointed looking at me. I was thinking, oh, you turned the camera and she's seen what I'm doing so late. Because I think I'd said it was going to be like an hour stream. I was just doing some prop flying from San Diego, and then it turned into a whole big thing because of San Diego. Everywhere I seem to go, Stockton, the live weather has just been horrible. At least whenever I want to do VFR flying. So I'm thinking Southern California, the weather's going to be nice, and then, oh yeah, it's all rain and clouds, can't see anything, and I'm flying in a Cessna 152 using the VOR radials. That's all I can do because there's no GPS or anything in it. Yeah, but I noticed that the camera was pointed at me, and she said, yeah, I was watching you for a few minutes from that point of view. Like, well, you gotta watch on Twitch. That's what you gotta do. I need the eyeballs on Twitch, not on the baby camera. Yeah, I've been lucky. I've gotten a few, had a few real people today. Earlier, you guys all kind of jumped on, and pretty nice. It was like 3 or 4 of you guys on Twitch. I'm streaming on both YouTube and Twitch, and YouTube I have a few more people right now. But yeah, it can get a little. I've heard people say it's like don't look at the viewer count. The problem is that the little multi-stream thing I have, it displays right in OBS, and I guess I could close it and it would still work. And it shows me with a viewer count right there, so I'm constantly seeing, oh, there's this many people watching or not. Yeah, I figure, you know, I watch some of these other streams, I'm like, well, what are they doing that I can't do? I'm, you know, especially with these flight simulators, it's like, well, they're just flying a plane, talking about flying and whatever else. not doing anything crazy. Obviously, there are some channels where they're wearing a crazy wig or they're smoking their cigar or whatever, but for the most part, they're just flying. I always lose my cursor. Let's go over here. Let's go into the back, and there's a few clouds, low-level clouds over the Atlantic. Yeah, but I always get like these bots on YouTube. YouTube's where I get the bots. Which I don't know, maybe I have a bot just watching on Twitch all the time, but I think before Quilpy came on, I had zero views on both when I first got in. And I was talking to myself because I didn't have my microphone, I had my microphone muted, which was awesome. I think I spent 3, 4, 5 minutes explaining what I was doing and kind of, you know, dropping the intro where we're going, setting up that tiller. Then I realized, oh yeah, no one can hear me even if they were there. What do you use? What do you use to stream? Like, what's your program? I suppose that's how you would do it if you only had one screen. I do have 2 screens set up. If I had one screen set up, I think obviously it'd be a lot harder to kind of control scenes and all that stuff. And the only reason I have 2 screens is because this is just an old screen that we had laying around the house. From I think my mom's old computer, and it was just sitting in the basement. I'm like, well, let me see if I can plug that in, and that should be good enough to have some more information rolling while I'm flying. I can look at navigraphs and all that stuff on another screen, and then as I start doing the streaming stuff and getting a little bit more complicated, I can do that. Oh, I haven't got a cam yet. Only use the Xbox Series S. Oh, but you can stream directly from there. Is there a certain program, or is it just I use OBS. Obviously there's the Streamlabs, it used to be Slobs, Streamlabs, OBS, but that whole big thing, because obviously, why does Streamlabs get to say OBS in their thing? They're not OBS, they're not open broadcasting software. Or they are, but you just took that name from the freeware. Oh, there's that, there's StreamYard, lots of different ones. I like OBS. It's the one I've been using to record videos since I started making YouTube and streaming and everything. I suppose it's something like Nvidia has. I think everything has that. Every little program has some streaming option. Like, I think even Steam, even in Steam there's probably a stream option that it can start capturing. Obviously more or less options of what you can do. Customize your stream. That's cool. Yeah, I mean, that's the big thing we all have to remember when we're doing Twitch or any streaming of any sort. It's like, just do it for fun. And I'd be flying these flights anyway. The only difference is that I'm talking and I've got the camera on. And I have to think of things to say, and hopefully there are people in the chat to talk to. Otherwise, I mean, if I wasn't recording it for a YouTube video, and if I was doing a YouTube video, I'd be talking to myself and trying to come up with things to say. And then maybe 10 people get 10 views on YouTube. But I kind of, once I realized I could actually record my flights, because when I was back in X-Plane, it just didn't seem there was any way to be able to record. My computer just didn't have enough power. And then for some reason, one day I was like, well, let's try that again. And I did it in Microsoft Flight Simulator. Turned out pretty well. So I started doing that, got the overlays, and because basically I just take hundreds of pictures of these World Tour flights with the intent to someday share them, but I never do. And probably the quickest way to share these flights is live stream. You don't have to do any editing, uploading, all that. but otherwise I'd just be flying these flights anyway. This kind of started when in X-Plane I downloaded, because X-Plane just has that basic scenery. You got to download the photogrammetry, satellite photos and everything. And I was scrolling around and I noticed someone had a whole, I think it was a New Zealand pack. Like every square mile of New Zealand was covered with this photogrammetry. And you could just download it. I can't remember how many gigs it was. I eventually bought like a 7-8 terabyte hard drive so I could download all this photogrammetry. And I was like, oh, okay, I want to fly around New Zealand. This will be cool because this will be a place where it looks really good compared to everywhere else, where I'd have to get my own photogrammetry. It would take forever. And I was like, well, why don't I start flying a world tour? And I started in New Zealand, and I flew all the way, in X-Plane, I flew all the way across New Zealand, the Pacific, Asia, Middle East, the steppes, into Africa. And Africa is where I last flew in X-Plane, or Egypt is where I last flew in X-Plane, and then I started flying in Flight Simulator. Did a number of flights in Flight Simulator on the world tour, just for myself, taking pictures. Then I tried videoing them, and that's when I started uploading them on YouTube, and we're now on Flight 74, and most of the flights have been Africa, and we're 3 flights away. We just have to get Algeria, Tunisia, and Libya, and we'll have the entire continent of Africa. We'll have flown into every country on a commercial air flight. Daggy bought a Series S for Flight Sim, and my PS5 is for my other sims like trains and racing. That's just crazy to me now that the PS5 and the Xbox have become these platforms where people can do sims. I never thought, I mean, racing, kind of. I mean, racing's always been on PlayStation, Xbox. But, you know, the concept of doing a flight sim now, train sims, other things like that, on an Xbox or a PlayStation is kind of mind-boggling to me. I don't know about this view. Different view. Yeah, but that's kind of crazy to me. I'm guessing if I stayed out in my truck and that I was doing that long enough, I'd probably get myself a Xbox or PS5. A lot of guys have that out on the road. I know one thing I'd be doing if I had a PS5, I'd be playing MLB The Show. I used to play... Just need a truck sim, then I'm sorted. Yeah, I don't know if there's any truck sims for the Xbox or PS5. I don't know if American Truck Simulator or Euro Truck Simulator are available on there. I don't know. Might be. I played a ton of those when I was in China and kind of stopped playing them when I got over here and just didn't have time. The reason I don't play them is, well, I want to fly, and if I only have 1 or 2 days every couple weeks to get maybe a couple hours in of doing some gaming, well, I want to fly a few flights on my world tour, especially in Microsoft Flight Simulator, which just looks so beautiful. And considering that I'm driving a truck in real life, it's kind of hard to go from driving the real thing to going into American Truck Simulator, and it's like, oh, okay, this is kind of like real life, but it isn't. It's actually harder to drive in the simulator than in real life. But I would love to get back into that, and I know I have a lot of followers on YouTube in YouTube land. Those were my first videos, basically. I think I'm almost on episode 100 on my American Truck Simulator series career, and people all the time asking, when are you going to do American Truck Simulator? Okay, you can play Euro Truck on Xbox, but through the NVIDIA hub. So it needs to be on your computer, I'm assuming. So you can kind of stream it to your Xbox. I have no idea how that stuff works, because I just play PC. I just have a PC and that's it. I don't try to get too fancy. Multiple systems. It's hard enough for me to It's hard enough for me to figure out how to use the Fire Stick and Netflix and all that stuff on our family TV. Already on this camera. I'll adjust that. Look at all those fingerprints. That's a very... I'm trying to figure out which way this person's hand was on the screen. Maybe they took maybe it's their left hand and they put their left hand across onto it. Look at the direction of that hand. You couldn't do that with your right hand. So you were sitting the wrong direction. Back in the cockpit, see where we're at. Close that. Okay, we're coming up on Barak. Like 47 nautical miles, 6 minutes to Barak. Yeah, I've seen that, like, and Quilpy kind of mentioned that earlier. She mentioned maybe it's a driver issue, which is really weird, because for a number of weeks here, there's been an issue with updating the driver, NVIDIA driver, to the latest driver or whatever, was causing issues with Flight Simulator. Actually, Flight Simulator wouldn't work at all. And so I rolled back, and Quilpy earlier when I was talking about how we're kind of having this stuttering today, which, again, I haven't had this issue until this flight. And even when I started this flight, it didn't have this issue, and then it started coming in. And she kind of said, it's like, maybe it was a driver. Now I'm looking at my drivers, or at the program, and there's no, like, warning saying, hey, you got an update available. But I do know, like, in the NVIDIA GeForce experience or whatever, there's that streaming option, you know, video recording option and streaming options, and everything has those now. To me, it's like, well, I know how to use OBS. I'm not going to try to learn NVIDIA's proprietary thing. But there's something available for everyone. Paid stuff, free stuff. What time is it? I was thinking it was going to be a little bit darker by now, but let's see, it's 4:55. Again, the sim, we're about 4 minutes behind because when I backed out to set up the tiller, that paused the game time, and so we're 4 minutes behind live, but we're close enough. I think we'll still get a little bit of a sunset landing here, and hopefully, I'm just looking at that frame rate up there, get up in the corner. It usually hovers, like right now we should probably be in the 40s, just flying over ocean. Every once in a while when I move over, it dips below 30 right now. I think it's gonna be terrible. We might have a bad approach experience going into Lisbon. Downloaded a lot of Lisbon scenery. I think probably a lot of Google 3D stuff for the city, make it look as good as possible. Because we're going to be flying right over it, low level. And the ironic thing is that it's going to probably be IFR conditions, probably going to be coming in. I bet you the ATC is going to have us come in on a visual runway. And if they do that, I'm going to ignore it. We're going to take ILS-3 in. Now, let me just check, see what we have for approaches. ILS runway 3, ILS runway 21, which is the opposite direction. That's it. Oh, they only have that one runway? Oh, okay. Lisbon only has Humberto Delgado only has one runway. Okay, so either way, we'll be able to use the ILS. Could have sworn there was another runway. I think there used to be another runway that kind of crossed at a slightly different angle. Looks like probably, I'm guessing it would probably be like 350 degrees. It would be like runway 35 and runway, whatever the opposite of that would be. But now it's just a taxiway. Okay, that makes sense. Well, good. We don't have to worry about them giving us a stupid approach. We'll just have to worry about them changing. So I'm planning on runway 3. That was what SimBrief gave me. Obviously, we'll have no problem. You know, runway 21 will give us more time to turn around. But if we get runway 21, we'll have to make sure that we plan our flight correctly, so we don't crash into the mountains on to the northwest of Lisbon. Make sure we go over the water.
Air Portugal 1119er. Contact Lisbon Center on 119er and qualified flight. Good day. 119er decimal 55 for Air Portugal 1119er. Lisbon Center Air Portugal 1119er flight level 340.
Air Portugal 1119er Lisbon Center, continue as planned.
Hey, Meet Johnny. Thanks for stopping by. How to play this game? I'm not sure what you mean by how to play this game. Do you mean how to get it? You can get it on Steam, or you can get it, I think, probably through Microsoft Store, Xbox Store. You can probably get it direct from Microsoft, flightsimulator.com. Lots of ways to get it. If you're asking how to get it for free, I can't encourage that. I'm sure you can find it somewhere if you want. Well, that was my answer. How to play this game. You can download, like I said, download it on Steam. You can purchase, you can actually buy, I don't think you're going to want to do this, but you can actually buy, I believe it was like a 15 DVD set. But you get a Steam download. You get it probably direct from Microsoft. Let me check. Let me see. Let me see if we can get it from Microsoft. Microsoft Flight Simulator. Yeah, so for $80, you can get the Microsoft Flight Simulator on DVD, standard edition. Not sure why you'd want to get it on DVD, except to put it up behind you. Has some nice backdrop for your stream, but I don't have that. I have that nice cow back there, and my wife painted that. I'm not sure if she painted that with the intention. It is the year of the cow until February 1st for China, and so our baby is going to be cow baby. The nickname's going to be Neo. Is Chinese, Neo for cow. Let me see. Flightsimulator.com. There's a holiday sale too. Order. Pretty soon I'm gonna got 100 miles from our last waypoint. At that waypoint, we need to be down to 250 knots. Okay, so at NACOs, we need to be at flight level 190 and a max speed of 250 knots. So we're gonna put that in our calculator. Just give me a second. I'll get back to... Alright, so 47 miles before our Fort Nacos, we need to start a descent. Alright, so you can get it with Game Pass on Xbox. I think you just buy it right here. You can just buy it. Yeah, you can just buy it on Xbox.com. Or if you go to flightsimulator.com, you can just get it. I bought the deluxe edition, which came with everything available. Came with the Dreamliner, the 787-10, O'Hare, a lot more handcrafted airports, which I think have since been released for free to everyone anyway. So I don't know if it was worth it. Probably get by with the standard edition unless there's something on the deluxe edition you really want. But in most cases, you'd probably be better worth saving that money, and you can just use it towards buying a third-party payware plane or airport. Alright, I'm gonna run the bathroom before we start our descent. Otherwise, I'm going to be in a world of hurt. Hey Johnny, alright, don't have enough money, I have a laptop. Don't see me, yeah, I turned my camera off, I was just stepping away, use the bathroom, load up on some more water. Maybe I'll drink my little Welch's grape juice that we got from the doctor's office. That's good. Alright, we're 13 miles out. They haven't given us clearance for descent yet. But we are going to need to be at 19,000. Start asking for clearance.
Lisbon Center, Air Portugal, 1119er. Request flight level 240.
Do you have Steam? Do you want to buy it on Steam? Or you can buy it on...
Descend and maintain flight level 290. Expect flight level 240.
Buy it right here on... There's a link for it. Hey, descend and maintain flight level 290. Put the seatbelt signs on as we begin our descent. How's everyone doing today? I know we got Johnny in here. Yeah, laptop can run it. I mean, it's going to depend on the specs for your laptop, your setup, how good of a laptop it is, how good you're going to be able to set the graphics and everything else at. It's a pretty robust game, but there are settings for every level of computer, I think. I've never tried it on my laptop. Alright, we've got our descent. We're crossing 30,000 feet, descending to flight level 290. I want to get down to flight level 5,000. Flight level 190 by Nexos.
Request flight level 190.
Air Portugal 1119er, descend and maintain flight level 290. Expect flight level 190.
They might not be giving us that clearance because they might have the might want us to come in the opposite direction. But even then, any other star is probably going to be 4,000 feet before we even get to the Madrid or to the Lisbon area. So once we get to Nacos, we need to be at 250 knots, and then from Naxos to our first waypoint on the star, which is Papa Tango 409, get to 4,000 feet. So see if we can do it. Probably should have just started descending a little bit earlier. While we're here, let's get our destination data. You can see this. I don't know why it's running kind of stuttering. It's not even the frame rate. It's more I think it's the sim itself. All right, next phase. All right, we need to get. Data's a little old, but.
Air Portugal 1119er, please expedite your climb flight level 290.
Ah, crap. Now they're not gonna. let me just... Why can't you just let me get down to 19,000? We might end up ignoring the ATC because they're just going to be annoying. Well, if you have a dedicated graphics card on your laptop, it should be okay. Depends on what you have. Again, you're going to have to look for some specs. Let me... If you stick around, because we're getting a little busy at this point, but I can...
Air Portugal 1119er, please expedite your climb flight level 290.
Yeah, we're not going to 290. Sorry, we are on descent. Gotta get down to speed 50. I'm not going to have a link for India, but if you search, I think if you just go to flightsim.com, that will be the main Microsoft flights. Flightsimulator.com, that's what it is. Flightsimulator.com, and that should take you where you need to go. Alright, temps 15. I wish there was a way to tell ATC to stop being stupid. Actually, there is. What we could do. I was trying to figure out how I could do VATSIM, and it would always actively do this. Switch to that. Then we don't have to hear ATC. Which might be what we do if they don't update. Alright, we can start seeing the coast. That's Portugal. Right in front of us is Lisbon, so we are really close. We're almost to 19,000. We're at 250. Try to get all this stuff in here. Winds are 100 degrees at 6 knots. Transition altitude going to be 4,000. I'm gonna turn that off. They're not gonna give us clearance. They're gonna yell at us, all that stuff. 4,000 feet minimum on our approach, on our landing. With the ILS is gonna be, I'm gonna go with the highest minimum, 530 feet. Go. Okay, we want to keep going down to 4,000 feet. And our speed, pull open the, you guys can see it. Alright, so we need to be max speed 220 knots at ADSAD. Probably also at Papa, because below 7,000 we need to be at 220. 200 at or below 4,000, so we actually be at 200. We'll actually start that. Go down right here. Get to 220. 25 for now. Oh, this is going to be a beautiful approach with the sunset. Unfortunately, a little janky on the camera, but hopefully that'll be cleared up. We'll restart things and hopefully that'll clear up. Arm the spoilers. Just do this stuff before I forget about it. Medium auto brake. Got my charts, not my charts, my checklist. Am I playing incomplete? I'm not sure what that means. We are playing, I am doing a complete flight. I've got the deluxe version of Flight Simulator, whatever. Yeah, I'm playing the full version. Here we have our checklists. Alright, so we're on our descent. We have the seatbelt sign on, anti-ice off, barometric reference is set. We'll just hit the B button once we get that. Lower than 10,000, turn on the landing lights. Range, reduce our range. We already do, it's already at 10. make sure we have our ILS frequency in the computer. 109.1.
Air Portugal
109.1.
Please expedite your climb flight level 290.
And we're going to turn off the ATC because being buggy, or it's not being buggy, but we're ignoring it. Oh, we don't want to call it one. There we go. Yep, I'm playing on a computer. Okay, I see what you're saying. Playing on PC. If you look in the description on the video below, there's a section where I have my setup. Flying, I have for my PC or my CPU, AMD Ryzen 7 5800X, 4.8 gigahertz. I got the NVIDIA GeForce GTX 1070 graphics card. Can't find the newer ones. 32 gigs of RAM. That actually might be the wrong frequency. What? How can it still find me? If that does it. Could actually cancel the IFR too. I'm hoping there's other planes here. They haven't. Yeah, there's other planes. Sometimes Alpha India Group traffic injector fails. We're gonna come in. Looks like not too bad weather-wise. I don't know if we're gonna get down to 4,000. We're gonna deploy the spoilers. Get slowed down. Portuguese coast. What are we looking at? Okay, so right in front of us, it's actually Setúbal. Lisbon's over there. We're gonna be making our turn. We're gonna kind of come into the coast, come back up, then come back in for our approach. Now, if I was on Vatsin, we'd be seeing quite a few other planes. Approach and control center is up. David Amaral, hey, thanks for stopping in. You have a ROG Asus gaming laptop with an RTX 2060. Yeah, you should be able to do Flight Simulator with that. For me, it's always about. They just cancel our thing.
Going to 119er, decimal 105 Air Portugal 1119er.
Maybe not.
Lisbon approach Air Portugal 1119er is passing 10,600 feet, climbing flight level 290. Lisbon approach Air Portugal 1119er is at 10,500 feet, climbing flight level 290.
Okay, turn our landing lights on. 10,000 feet. Ah. Come on. Sometimes it can be a struggle. Alright, I'm going to put off flaps 1. Hopefully that'll slow us down a little bit more too. And our descent going. Speed 200. Lights are starting to come on. Alright, I'm going to cancel this IFR, otherwise it's just going to keep bugging us about that. I live in the US, in Wisconsin, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Home of the Milwaukee Bucks, so if you watch basketball, NBA basketball, they were the 2020-2021 NBA champions.
1119er is tagged Airbus A320 and 9 miles west of Lima Papa Sierra Uniform, 8,100 feet. Request clearance to transition, Charlie airspace.
Air Portugal 1119er, Lisbon approach. Squawk 5273.
Squawk 5273 Air Portugal 1119er.
Air Portugal 1119er, radar contact 10 miles west of Lima Papa Sierra Uniform, 7,500 feet. Cleared through the Charlie airspace. Maintain on navigation.
Cleared through the Charlie airspace, Air Portugal 1119er.
That's cool. Yeah, we really don't do cricket over here, so I don't know much about it. But you can see the runway right there off in the distance. See the lights on the hill there. We need to avoid that. Alright, we're almost to 4,000 feet. Go flaps 2. Not sure why the plane is speeding up. Alright, let's turn off our boilers. We're at 4,000 feet. Okay, pressure 30.15. Want to be at 220 knots though. I know I can be at 220 knots, but it'll be at 180. Gives us more time to do things. Yes, I believe there is a military base just to our north. I don't have it. I can see that. What military base is that? Is that going to be, just to our north? Sintra Air Base. Yep. Let's see if we can see that. We're making our turn. Go outside the plane, see if we can see it. Okay, there's the airport. You see they have both runways with lights on them, but chart-wise, that other runway isn't active anymore. Yeah, the airbase is going to be probably over there somewhere. Landing speed going to be 116, approach 121. Alright, missed approach. We climb straight ahead to 7,000 feet and then contact approach. We keep going straight. 7,000 feet. And once you get to Pessex, we're going to capture the glide slope. 26 degrees. Alright, so now we're on our approach path. A little nervous again, based on this weird. Yeah, there's two decks there. So that's what's going on. Get rid of that. That. There we go. There's the runway. Go flaps 3. Approach. Landing gear down. Alright, see you around. Meet Johnny. David Amaral, base area N1 Pero Pinheiro. Hi, I don't know your name. It's all in Arabic there. Sorry, I don't know it. But you got that cool little sun star logo. Thanks for stopping by. We're on our final approach into Lisbon, Portugal. On TAP Portugal, flight 1119er. Coming into beautiful Portugal. And what do you know? The sim actually is running better now, nice and smooth. Not noticing the glitches as much anymore. Especially considering coming with all these lights. We got the sun setting. And I have a ton of Google photogrammetry or whatever I was expecting. We got the bridge right there. What is that called? That is the Tejo Bridge. And then we have things right next to it. I don't know if that's on the hill there. But we have a 958-foot tower and a 991-foot tower just beyond it, right around there. Or it should be above that on our glide slope. Yep, play with the joystick. Here it is. Thrustmaster. Go. Yep, also play with the keyboard for a lot of controls, mouse, everything. Alright, we have captured the glide slope. Are on descent. With 7,000 in for our altitude. We go around. Heading to 6. Want to get our speed down. Performance. Landing speed or approach speed 121. Tejo Bridge. That's another Jesus statue.
2,500.
Cruise ship over here. You can play there. I know people that do play without joystick and all that. Obviously, it helps, but there are people that play with controller. Beautiful. Look at the ships. Some of these buildings, I assume, are things that have come in. Oh, look, you can even see the statue right there. Wow, really good. Shipyard right in front of us. Yeah, so the different lighting, the stadium over there, different lighting, that's because, again, a lot of this is a great mod of the Lisbon area. It's so cool flying into a place like this. I'm so looking forward to getting into Europe. Not that I hated Africa at all. I loved flying in Africa, but a lot of the places are very, in comparison, very sparsely populated.
Flight attendants, please prepare for landing.
All right, we're at our minimums. Landing gear is down. V-brake medium. Ground spoilers armed. Flaps full. Some of this stuff is VFR from Puffin flight. One of those towers on the hills. Beautiful. All right, good night, Johnny. Should be up again 9 a.m. tomorrow morning, and we'll probably have a stream later in the evening tonight.
500. 500. 400.
All right, we're gonna take this in manually.
400. 400. 400. 300. 300. 300. 300. 200. 100. 50. 40. 30. 20. Retard. 5.
Oh, come on. And the frame rate just goes to crap. Doesn't help when the frame rate does that. Like I said, this was a weird flight where kind of frames glitching and stuff.
Gentlemen, welcome to Lisbon. The local time is 5:36 p.m. and it's currently about 50 degrees Celsius. You can now use your mobile devices. Please remain seated until the aircraft has come to a complete stop and the signal sign is turned off. Remember to use caution when opening the overhead bin, as items may have been hidden during the flight. If this is your final destination, thank you for flying with us. Your radio connection could check your itinerary to ensure a smooth continuation of your journey.
All right. Okay, landing. Fortunately, right when we hit the runway, kind of froze up on us for a second there, so I wasn't able to see what our landing rate was. I don't think it was too hard. And we're 3 minutes 25 seconds behind. Kind of weird. All my flights. I don't know if I usually pack that because I think I add some time, but what it is lately. Okay. Contact ground. Taxi.
Lisbon
Taxi
Ground Air
gates.
Portugal 1119er, request taxi to the gate.
Air Portugal 1119er, taxi to gate 4 using taxiway Charlie Alpha.
Okay, Charlie
Taxi
Alpha.
to gate 4 using taxiway Charlie Alpha, Air Portugal 1119er.
They're getting glitchy again. Lots of planes here. Look at all the TAP Portugal. Awesome. Awesome. Gate 4. Really is no gate 4. Gonna find ourselves a gate. General terminal area. Yep, I'm planning on, we're going to step away. I'm probably going to just reload flight simulator and everything here. I'm going to set up my next flight. We're going to be coming from Lisbon over to Algiers, Algeria on Air Algérie. Ooh, I kind of want to go down there and see. This isn't a handcrafted airport, I don't think, but it looks pretty handcrafted, the main part of the terminal there. Yeah, we're going to be flying to Algeria on Air Algérie, again in the A320. Probably give me about 15-20 minutes to set that up, or see if we got to make some lunch. About lunchtime, so probably make some lunch, otherwise my wife will get grumpy. Oh no! That's not what I want to do. Ay ay ay. It's always in the wrong place. Launch system further over. There we go. Okay. Parking brake set, taxi lights. Oh, we didn't turn off our landing lights and all this stuff. Should have. AP bleed on. Turn off our ATC and our traffic identification TCAS. Turn off the radar. Break the wind shear. Can unlock the cockpit door. And turn off the engines. I think that was perfect timing for our landing. The sun's coming down, lights coming up. Beautiful landing. Right, engines are just about spooled down. Turn off the beacon light, turn off the seatbelt signs, let the passengers... Oh, let's get the jetway out first. Aircraft, jetway, power, baggage catering, power. Here comes the jetway. Let's see if it lines up with us properly. Yeah, kind of inside the cockpit again. Ah, we'll do that. All right, passengers are deboarding. We'll continue our checklist to shut down. We do have the APU master switch on. We do have ground power. Turn that on as well. Beacon light, nose light, seatbelt signs, fuel pumps. Turn those off. And turn off our navigation. And again, we're doing this because we're going to actually be flying in a different livery, different plane. We're not just doing the turnaround here. Your oxygen supply off. APU bleed off. Master switch off. Electrical, we have the external power. Door. Where are you? Door. Okay. That's it. While the passengers are getting off, let's... I am Al Hashimian Faris Abu Binyamin. Cool, thanks for stopping by. Our next flight is going to be to... where are you from? First to ask you. But if you just jumping in, we're going to be flying to Algeria next. I'm going to take about a 10-15 minute break. We'll throw up the intermission screen, have another video playing. Check if I can do some lunch, and I'll be setting up Flight Simulator. So stick around. We'll just keep it one long stream here for the afternoon. Hoping. What was I going to do? Alright, let's pull up Volanta. I don't know why this is switched to a new flight. Alright, check our flight. TAP 1119er, Gran Canaria Airport to Humberto Delgado Airport. Nice takeoff, and that's probably because of the standard instrument departure. Can't really go through that storm too much. Good path in. The flight computer is actually able to follow the path in. Sometimes it struggles. And we landed at a rate of 201.6 feet per minute. Not bad. G-force 1.05, right where you want it. Speed, we were just right where it needed to be. 116 was our plan. 3,800 kilos burned of fuel. And flight time, 1 hour and 54 minutes. Our 180 passengers happy and safe on the ground in Lisbon, Portugal. We're also going to pull up our world map. If I can get it pulled up. Right there it is. And we have landed in Portugal today. There we go. So Portugal and Spain have already been ticked off. We landed in the Canary Islands, so we'll fly to Madrid. Next flight, we're going to be going just across Mediterranean. Try to move this so we can see it good. To Algeria. Then we'll go to Tunisia and Libya, and we'll be finished with the African continent. Zoom this out enough. Trying to get it on the screen in the right place. There you go. Let's see how the passengers are doing. Stay inside, we can hear that great TAP Portugal boarding music. Oh, we're actually complete. All the passengers are off. We'll go right here. End the flight. Overall opinion, satisfied. Again, landing rate 206 feet per minute. Our arrival time, we were just 4 minutes behind schedule. 3 minutes 40 seconds. We were about a 1 minute early on our departure. Definitely be recommending you at work. Totally telling my friends about this airline. And nothing better than a few mid-flight drinks. Alright, Benjamin was born and raised in Al Urdun, which is Jordan. And right now I am in America, USA. Cool. We're going to be flying, we're going to be flying to Algeria next, then to Tunisia, then to Libya, and from Libya we're going to be flying over to Queen Alaya International Airport in Amman, Jordan. Oh, I don't know if that'll be today. Could be, depending on how many flights we can jam in here today. That flight from Libya to Jordan will be a little bit longer, so maybe we'll do that in the morning. Tomorrow. It'll be Friday already. Alright, so I'm gonna throw up the intermission screen and set up our next flight. See what needs to be done outside of the room. Hopefully I'll see you. If I don't, I'll jump back in and let you know that the stream's over. But should be able to keep going. Nothing really to do this afternoon. Hopefully. And we'll fly over to Algeria next. I'll see you then. If you haven't already, hit the subscribe button and the like button on YouTube. And if you're on Twitch, or if you are also on Twitch and you're watching on YouTube, right, jump over to Twitch. I need the eyeballs. I'm trying to get to affiliate status. See, we have our New Year's follower goal of 50 followers. We can get to 50 followers and an average of 3 sets of eyeballs on the streams. Get to affiliate status and do some cool stuff like subscription, specific emotes, and all the fun stuff you get to do on Twitch. So if you're up for doing that, please do that. Very much appreciated. We're going to go to intermission. I'll see you probably 20-30 minutes. We'll see what it is. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to Microsoft Flight Simulator. I'm Martin Wenzel. We are at Blaise Diagne International Airport in Dakar, Senegal. And we're going to be flying today to Modibo Keita International Airport in Alright, before we get too far along here in our cruise, we're about 36 minutes out, it looks like. So I'll be into our performance page. Well, first, before we get the MEDAR data for our arrival, Golf Alpha Bravo Sierra. And we can see, compare if this is the same as what we got over on our fly pad over here. Coming from Volanta. So for Golf Alpha Bravo Sierra, Modibo Keita International Airport. So for the... Okay, so that's the 12th, 2330 Zulu. Wind is 40 degrees at 4 knots, that matches up. 21 degrees, 4 degree dew point. And our QNH is 1013. Let's print this out so we have that for reference when we're on our performance page. Alright, so approach 1013 for our QNH, temperature 21, wind 40 degrees at 4 knots, transition altitude, I'm going to pull up one of the approach plates. And it's going to be 3,300. And then this will be our minimums once we get a runway assignment. Approach is all set up. Still in cruise phase. And I was worried that PAC-X wasn't going to switch to cruise phase, but it did, and they served dinner. Bring over PAC-X and we can see we got our localized language, or our localized names. Got some of these Asian names here with very interesting last names. I had a few of those on our flight yesterday during the live stream. Ji Liang, Altamirano, and he's out on business, that makes sense. The rest of these names look like they'd be names you'd find in Western Africa. Gary Gordon, looking like he's on a trip for leisure. Diana Bailey. Jack Jorstrom. Hey, I'm guessing he's not from Senegal. He could be, but he's probably from Sweden, Denmark, something like that. I like to look through here, see if there's any names that seem familiar. Not really any. Matilde Elliott. And luckily they serve dinner, so everyone is not hungry now. Or they're eating currently.
Contact Cebu Center on 119.1. Good day.
Going to 119.1 Sensitry 01. Center, Sensitry 01 flight level 370.
Sensitry 01 Cebu Center, continue as planned.
We're passing over Lake Manantali and about to hit waypoint Ingenio. And we're in Bali airspace now, I believe. Yeah. And you can tell on the Atalanta pulled up. We do have a center controller, so we could do some VATSIM if I had logged in. A little area. Alright, I'm going to put in our arrival information. My runway 6. And before I do this, I always like to just in there. And now I lost my cursor. There we go.
Cessna 301, descend and maintain flight level 270.
Descend and maintain flight level 270, Cessna 301.
Seatbelts on. So we're going to start a descent phase, going down to flight level 270. I like to just put on my heading
Gentlemen, the flight crew has turned on the fasten seatbelt sign.
while I pick the runway. That way things don't get too crazy. We're just going to do ILS 06, runway 6, and our star. Standard terminal arrival route is Bidak 5 Golf. There. And I don't know if we have to do a I think we'll just vector in the final. We'll do a no via. Bravo Kilo Oscar is the VOR, so we'd actually fly into the airport and then fly back out and loop back. But we'll just go direct for now. That puts that all in. Still has the right waypoint, so now we'll just go back to our heading and our controlled descent. Turn down our screen brightness a little bit. Since we are now starting to fly into the evening, we want to blind ourselves with our screens. That is likely Bamako right in front of us. Those lights. Let's make sure, let's get our landing information, performance information. Will tell us what brakes and everything we'll need. So our wind was 40 degrees. 4 knots, temperature 21, NH 1. (1013). Runway altitude. (1187). We're going to do full flaps. Runway heading 061. And dry, reverse thrusters, yes. Calculate.
Cessna 301, descend and maintain flight level 190.
Descend and maintain flight level 190, Cessna 301.
Alright, so we can actually do low brakes because runway is 3,200 meters. If we have low auto brakes, 2,200 meters. Alright, so they told us to descend to flight level 190. We'll put Bravo Kilo Oscar VOR frequency in. ILS is already populated. Alright, so we're going to look at the approach chart for ILS Yankee or localizer Yankee runway 06. Localizer is 109.5. We had that in there. Final approach is 61 degrees. Decision, or our capture, is at 2,900 feet. Missed approach, we climb straight ahead to 2,900, then climbing turn right to 3,300 to rejoin VOR. Straight out, we'll turn back, get to the VOR, and we'll come back out, try again on the glide slope. So that'd be if we would just transition right to Bravo Kilo Oscar on our initial entrance, we'd do that. But definitely for our go around, we just come right back out, do a loop back in for another attempt. Transition altitude 3,300 feet. And we can see our capture is at 2,900 feet at 5.4 miles out from the runway. And our decision height, 220 above the threshold, 1407. So that's what we're going to put in our approach. Oops. I think you pick one or the other, actually. Yeah, so we'll go like that, 1,407. We've already just increased our speed to 230. I'm not exactly sure why. Probably. Oh, there you go. Speed max of 230 knots. So that's pretty good that the flight computer itself figured that out. That's why we're at 230 knots already. And you need to get right about here. We're going to need to be at 2,900 feet. So we got quite a way, quite a descent still. We might very well have to transition, go all the way into the VOR. Worry about slowing down though, since we're already slowed down. Go medium auto brake.
Sense 301 descend and maintain 9,000 feet. Descend and maintain 9,000 feet. Sense 301.
Hey guys, welcome back. If you're still in here, thanks for hanging out. Sorry, it took a little bit longer. I said it was gonna be half an hour. It took about 40 minutes. Not the best plan, but here we are in what river this is. In Lisbon. We are in Lisbon. It is now daytime. Gargalo do Tejo. Looking at the Tejo Bridge. I can't tell you what all these landmarks are right in front of us, but it looks like we got a little castle here. And let's work our way over to the airport. Little thing. I could have sworn this was a statue when we were coming in. Beautiful Lisbon, Portugal. We're gonna be flying to Algiers, Algeria soon. Let's get over to the airport so I kind of look at the scenery here. Beautiful stuff when we were coming in. Not sure where everything is though. Looks a little bit different than this morning or this evening. Not on live time now. We're taking off about 10:30. It'll be when this flight for Air Algérie, flight 3005 takes off. All right, I don't know all these buildings. I'm trying to find that statue. Get up in the air a little bit, see what we can see. If we can spot it. Saw it when I was coming in. Be over here. There it is. sure what that's supposed to be a statue of. But it looks good from the air. Here's one of the stadiums we saw when we were coming in. I see the color change there from the Google, the Bing. Cola. Oh, please don't crash. There we go. Centennial Benfica. Not sure what stadium this would be, but obviously a soccer stadium. I don't have it in front of me. You already see the planes taking off at the airport. Really cool. That's Alpha India air traffic. Other stadium. This one looks like it's still under construction, at least at the time of the photo. Here we are at the airport at TAP Portugal. Let's even get the camera a little bit easier to function. TAP Portugal, I'm not getting a, can't see what kind of plane that is. And we have Angola Airlines. Now, I actually hadn't wanted to do an Angola Airlines flight, but never did. And Ryanair, pretty cool. Over here we have some cargo jets, DHL and Bluebird. Never heard of Bluebird. Bluebird Nordic. Cool. And even more planes over here. Some Turkish Airlines. There goes TAP. Or the Ryanair, Star Alliance. It's like a TAP Portugal Star Alliance livery. We're over here, right next to Airport de Lisbon. And the Air Algérie. We'll come back there in a second. They've got Aer Lingus. British Airways. And we got all the TAP Air Portugal over by the TAP Air Portugal hangar. Let's get our plane set up. Thanks everyone who's in watching today. We're just going to do a long stream. This might be the last flight for this stream. We'll see how things are going. And if it is, we'll go over and we'll raid another channel on Twitch. And maybe in the evening we'll do some VFR. We'll do some VFR over Europe, maybe over America. Not sure yet. There's TAP Portugal. Looks like he's flying at the speed of light. And Air Angola lining up and ready to take off. Ryanair. A couple of Ryanair, I think, in line there. Get the flight computer turned on. We'll make sure everything's in a safe position. Our throttle is idle, flaps and slats are retracted, parking brake on, engine masters off, ignition normal. Turn on integral lighting, integrated lighting. You don't have your mouse right on the right spot with your nose wheel, you just start zooming. Frustrating. Landing gear down, nose wheel steering and anti-skid on. All our displays will be nice and bright when we turn on. Wipers are off, and we can battery. Sorry, stay at lunch. Battery 1 and 2, external power on. Here's 1, 2, and 3. Strobe lights set to auto. The sound's a little too loud in sim or too low, and one way or the other, just let me know in the chat. Very much appreciated. Turn the nav logo light on. And get our fuel coming on board. OFP, our fuel we need today. 8,256. Made 6 minutes. Refuel. And let's get Pack X going at the same time. Get the passengers coming on. Let me get my checklists all in the right place. My parking brake set. We did all that. Battery master. Strobe lights, adheres. APU and engine fire tests. Oh, let's do that. Hopefully, you don't have an issue. Engine 1 fire test. Engine 2 fire test. Alright. And jump over, get the checklist. Pack X coming up here. There it is. Pack X, start flight, fly with career mode. I don't think I have anything for... Sorry about that. We're going to go an hour 49. It seems like every flight we've been just a little bit late. Cruising altitude is only 23,000 for some reason. Boarding music. I don't think I have any Air Algérie. I didn't look. Sadly. We'll just leave our beats that we got playing here. Custom safety brief. Oh, we do have a custom safety brief. Awesome. Check again. We do have boarding music. I can't read. Awesome. We'll do Wi-Fi. That's Hi. There it is. Trying to find my mouse. Okay, passengers are coming on board. Should be up in the air in about 30 minutes. 13 minutes left for the boarding. That's good. Where are we? Seatbelt signs. We'll wait on that until the passengers are on, or until the fuel are all fueled up. Get on fire. IFR clearance. Why can't I get IFR clearance when I'm on the ground? Okay, we're gonna depart. They depart straight out.
Lisbon ground, Air Algérie 3005.
Let's see what runway we're going with. Looks like we're going runway 3. All the other planes were there.
Air Algérie 3005, taxi to and hold short of runway 03, using taxiway Alpha Cross runway 17 Delta. Contact tower on 118.105 when ready.
My co-pilot not going to acknowledge.
Taxi to and hold short runway 03 using taxiway Alpha Cross runway 17 Delta.
Okay,
Air
I don't have the
Algérie
jetway out. I thought I
3005.
did. That's right. I was fooling around, flying around Lisbon there. Start out. Okay, let's get into the flight computer. Set it up. ATSU. AOC menu. I'm gonna get the weather right away. Doesn't have anything because, yeah. Well, let's do this first, then we'll grab the weather a little bit later. ATSU, AOC, init/press, init data, West, Delta Alpha Hotel 3005, headed or departing from Lima Papa Tango, destination Delta Alpha Alpha. Golf. Fuel on board 6.7 and fueling estimated time an hour and 42 minutes. Go to our init page. Alternate today. Bring up the flight plan. Alternate today is Delta Alpha Bravo Charlie. Flight number 3005. Cost index 53. Cruise is 2300 initial. We'll put in 350. Okay, that's what I'm That's why I saw the 230, but we will have a step at Lasib. Right there. Step up to 350 eventually. Go to flight plan. Flight plan today. First one is the VOR Echo Sierra Papa. And it's going to be the close one, 21 nautical miles. We're going to an airway, so we'll click on the left there. Click here on airways via uniform Mike 744. We're going to take that into the VOR Mike Oscar Sierra. And we'll take another airway uniform Alpha 411. Take that to the VOR Charlie Hotel Echo. And we'll go direct into runway 5, hopefully. We have no disconnections. And we're going to be taking off runway 3. Departure Echo Sierra Papa for November. A standard instrument departure route. There's a flight discontinuity now. Clear. Go. And we'll go to our performance page. I think we can actually go to our NIT page. Turn on the seatbelt signs. Fueling is complete. NIT page 2, 0 fuel weight, 0 center of gravity. Fuel planning, 8.2 on board. Keep jumping up, but we gotta go. Still stay in our computer. Performance page. Gonna pull up the calculator. Get this calculator. It is perfcalc.prods.de. Just search A320 performance calculator or takeoff calculator, and you'll find it. Why can't I leave comments below on your Twitch? I don't know. Keep trying. Or come in here and I'll show you how. That's my wife, Dodo, is what it says. That's our cat's name in China. Alright, so we need to put in some information for our performance calculator. First thing is we need the gross weight. Gross weight is 67,700 pounds, or kilos. Center of gravity, 5%. We'll have the air conditioning on. Runway length. 3,707 meters. Heading 26. Dry. And the airport elevation was 355 feet. QNH. Now this is where I wanted to get the weather. But we can also, want to do it quickly, look right over here. The QNH is 102. Temperature 14 degrees Celsius. Probably warmer. I don't know why going live weather. Unfortunately, the weather doesn't change based on the time of day if you're doing live weather. We'll keep it live weather because I like to have that good transition. Winds 120 knots. Calculate. We need to put in our flight computer. $133 for the V1 speed. 134 for rotate. 151 V2. Transition altitude was 4,000. Remember that from the last flight. Thrust reduction, 1155. Engine out, same thing, 1155. Alright. Flex takeoff temperature. I can't see the calculator on my screen. There we go. 1. Then up 0.8. That's going to be our...
Ready to go when you are.
Right here, our... What you call it? The wheel here. For some reason we're going to be there, even though our center of gravity is at 2.5. Our little, our we call that trim wheel. Let's get rid of the jetway, catering, and baggage. Close those doors. We go right here so we can see the APU engine start. This is what we're gonna do right about now. Predictive wind shear on. Cockpit door locked. Deadlocked.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome aboard flight 3005.
Barometric reference.
Our flight time will be roughly 1 hour
10:22.
and 49 minutes. Please note the cabin door is now closed. We ask that you make sure
Everything
that all
else, flight
devices
directors are
airplane
on.
mode and your larger devices are now shut down and stowed. If you have not already, please fasten your seatbelt and verify it is low and tight across your lap. Your tray tables and seatbacks must be in the full upright
Flap open. Start seeing the exhaust coming out the APU engine. Turn off that calculator. Like 600 nautical miles basically. We're gonna be flying to, we're at Humberto Delgado Airport, flying to Houari Boumediene Airport.
Lisbon ground, Shamrock 483, with Alpha ready to taxi IFR.
That's gonna be that Aer Lingus. This flight is based on Air Algérie 3005, and it's usually flown in a 737, Boeing 737-800, but we're gonna be using the Airbus A320 with fly-by-wire's great A32NX mod. Best freeware mod you can get for an airplane in, I think, Microsoft Flight Simulator. With the Air Algérie livery created by NOC3, got Alpha India Group's traffic, and Bajan Habashi's 4-season pack. So we have those other beautiful planes right now working their way around the airport. I can rotate this. See Shamrock there, that's Aer Lingus. A few other planes, a lot of TAP Portugal. A lot of the airports we go to are kind of dead, but this one has a little bit more, actually, because bigger city. Alright. APU is available, crew oxygen supply, fuel pumps on, all the white lights cleared, and external power off. Rid of the power truck, and request the pushback. Now I don't know why the pushback, we're not talking. Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. Doesn't want to talk today. Turn on our beacon light. Let's turn on the engines. Probably not the best place to keep the catering truck. Stuck under the wing. Now when the pushback, the toolback pushback thing is working really nice, it'll actually lift the plane up and everything. It hasn't been doing this lately today. Not sure why. Release the parking brake, and we're gonna go reverse. Start up our engine. So ignition switch to start, starting engine 2. Gonna say, where is that plane going? But he's going to runway 3. This is technically not an active runway, so we're actually going to want to turn to the right. Start engine 1. We're missing the safety brief. Flaps 1. Set our ground spoiler. Set our ground spoilers and turn on our nose lights. Taxi. Or turn off lights. APU off. Put on the weather radar. Set the auto brake to maximum. Yeah. Get our chronometer and begin our taxi. We're gonna use the hand tiller right there. Cross. Take Golf 1.
Shamrock 483 QNH 30.18 wind 102 at 10. Cleared for takeoff runway 03. Lisbon Tower, B-line 3815 or 1 miles northeast inbound ILS runway 03 approach. B-line 3815, Lisbon Tower. QNH.
B-line is Brussels. Brussels Air.
Cleared ILS, runway 03 approach.
We actually have a little busy here. Okay, we're gonna turn onto I believe it's gonna be uniform. Ooh, whoa, whoa. Yeah, you can oversteer with the tiller. I stopped the steering early. Oh, what is going on with the pitching? Not as bad as last stream, or last flight. Aer Lingus there is lined up. I don't know why he's not taking off. Got the clearance. Right there, clear for takeoff. E-line's coming in. They're, how long? 91 miles out, so we'll take off before they get here. Here goes Shamrock. Landing lights on, nose light on, strobe auto, turn on our ATC, ECAS.
119.55 for Shamrock 483. Lisbon Tower, Air Algérie.
Don't really want VFR clearance, but what we got.
Straight out departure. Air Algérie 3005, QNH 30.18 wind 102 at 10. Departing straight out. Approved. Cleared for takeoff.
Thanks, David, for the follow. I'm assuming that's you, Mad Max, then. Mad Max 2879. Thanks for the follow. If you can watch over on Twitch, that'd be helpful because I'm trying to get those free continuous views. But whatever suits you best, totally fine. Need the views on YouTube too. All right, we're cleared for takeoff. We do have Brussels Airlines coming in. Probably 70 miles out at this point. See all the Air Portugals over there. Someone else, I think I see someone else moving. They're coming at us. Probably TAP Air Portugal. Alright. We are ready for takeoff. Transponder, everything is set. Lights are set. Flaps in position 1. Takeoff config good. Stabilize 40% and 1. Throttle to flex. B1, rotate. Who had to go around? I don't know where that plane came from. Whoa! Why is someone flying at us? Well, this is actually a real flight. Yep. All my flights, I try to fly real-life flights. I can't believe that other plane was coming the wrong direction. That's crazy. Alright, let's go. Autopilot. Man, I don't know if that was Qatar Airlines. What was that? Air Algérie 220. Who had to go around? Yeah, Air Algérie 22 round. Go around. Why are we? They were trying to land the opposite direction. I don't know. Every other plane's been taking off runway 3, and then this guy. And again, this is all right. Yeah, this isn't VATSIM or anything, so it's not a real pilot, a real other sim pilot flying. That was AI traffic. And all the other AI traffic's been taken off runway 3. Beeline's coming in on it. Shamrock just took off ahead of us. You saw that TAP Portugal. Yeah, I don't know what that was. That was crazy. Alright, standard pressure. Flaps are cleared. Turn off our ground lights. Yeah, that was crazy. Alright, we're going to get our IFR clearance now, as we have Lisbon looking beautiful. Not everything's loading in there. Well, this is Google, that's why it's all loaded in. That's a mod, the rest of it's kind of Bing and not loading it all in. Yeah, that pilot should lose their job. See the Toho Bridge. Not sure what bridge that is. Vasco da Gama Bridge. Vasco da Gama was, I believe he was a painter, if I'm not wrong. Might have been an explorer. Let me get that. Vasco da Gama. Very, very familiar name. He was the Vasco da Gama, first Count of Vidigueira, Portuguese explorer. Yep. First European to reach India by sea. Yeah, he's the one that went around the Cape of Good Hope. That's what it was. Well, that's his bridge right there.
119.55 for Air
That's a good.
Algérie
You got a good chance. It's either a painter or an explorer.
Lisbon Center Air Algérie 3005 is passing 9,900 feet, climbing 13,000 feet.
Grandparents are from Lisbon. Cool. Alright, let me get to the front here and see. I was ignoring all the IFR clearance. Climb and maintain 13,000. Okay. Just too fun to look out the window, though. Look out to our left. Azores Islands, Portugal. Cool. Also, the plane that almost flew into us was, what was that, Azores A320 or whatever? That was... I could have flown right through him. It wouldn't have actually affected anything, but... Okay, that's cool. Oh, where are the Azores? In the middle of Atlantic, yeah. I think they're quite a way out there, aren't they? That'd be like, I think I'm right on them now looking. Got like Ponta Delgada, São Miguel Island. And they're pretty much right in the middle. Well, not in the middle, about 3/4. About a quarter of the way between. Be a fun place to fly to. Alright, so right now we're basically headed the opposite direction, exactly the opposite direction of our approach. And then we'll make a big left turn, start heading across the southern end of Portugal and Spain. We'll pass over the city of Seville and Malaga, and maybe be able to see Gibraltar in the distance to our right side. Then we'll cross the Alboran Sea, reach the other side of the shore of Algeria at Masteganem. Will be our Mike Oscar Sierra VOR, and then fly along the coast to Algiers. Thanks everyone who's watching on Twitch. If you haven't hit the follow already, please do so, and say hi in the chat. Hey Josh, well, we just took off. You missed the first flight today where we flew into Lisbon, and just missed, well, let's see if I can, just missed beautiful Lisbon. You're gonna have to go back and check that out because I think Lisbon looks really awesome. But there it is in our, behind us. See the statues, all kinds of really cool stuff there. Churches, castles, Vasco da Gama Bridge, Toho Bridge. Is the ATC gonna... He wants us to descend because it doesn't understand the concept of... It doesn't understand the concept of putting in the standard pressure. I think the default ATC is more based on... doesn't recognize the different altitudes for that. Take a look at that. You can see it on this. There we go.
Air Portugal 5906 climb and maintain flight level 230.
Oh, we're not Air Portugal. See, I think I broke it now.
Climb and maintain flight level 230 Air Portugal 5906.
We're Air Algérie 3005. Let's request. We might be on the standard instrument departure, so it might not be able to get clearance higher. Oh, nope, we're already in our first airway. Uniform Mike 77, or 744. We'll be able to start climbing to our cruise of 23,000.
Request flight level
Yeah, see, it messed up the phase because we started descending there. Alright, at Lisbon, we're going to start climbing to our final final cruise of 35,000. That's not going to work. That is an insane climb rate. Yep, we're flying over the south of Spain and then over the Mediterranean Sea. Let me pull up the flight plan or the route. Right, there it is. Yeah, flying right there. We're gonna go over Seville, Malaga. Be able to see Gibraltar. Cutting right across here, across the Alboran Sea, Monstaggenum, and along the coast to Algiers. Get an idea where we are in the world. For everyone not so geographically inclined. If you're in the US, here we are, US. I'm right over here. I know Josh was down in this area, Orlando, I think. Of course, me and Josh used to be over here in Hangzhou, right in there. Then for a few years before we moved back, my wife and I, we lived down right in here. Jeddah. We lived right over there. We're right now flying over Portugal. We're going to be passing Beja and Seville and Malaga, our big cities that we'll be passing. And Mad Max is from Toronto. Cool. I can't wait. I've never flown into Toronto in sim. I think nope. When we flew, the last time we flew back from China, usually we just did direct to Chicago, Shanghai, Chicago, but this past time we flew into Montreal and then some Chicago. Oh my goodness. Just got another phone call. Geico Insurance, as I was saying earlier today, during our first flight. Ever since, I was searching for auto insurance over the weekend, Progressive and Geico for the finalists. Now Geico's calling, because I picked Progressive, now Geico's calling every 5 seconds, like, please. Technically, Geico would have been, I think, $18 cheaper over the 6 months, but we're going to get that Progressive thing to plug in car to see if our we can get a more discount based on our driving. Geico had the same program, but they only had an app, and that wouldn't work for me because I drive all the time outside of our car, obviously in the truck. Okay, who is... Okay, Viking, 1838. Never heard of Viking. I don't know who that is. Hello, Augustin Perez. Nice to see you again. I still don't know what your avatar is on YouTube. It always, from a distance, it looks like Bucky Badger for the Wisconsin Badgers, but I think it looks more like an eagle. It might be an eagle and American flag. Probably what it is. Thanks for stopping by. And then we got, oh, I forget his name. I'll have to go back. I know there's, Benjamin is the final part, because I can't read Arabic, unfortunately. But Benjamin is back. He is right now. Viking needs to send. On my flight sim, flying from Cairo to Rabat via Khartoum, Tripoli, Tunis, and Algiers. What are you flying in? Because we're basically flying the other direction. We're going to be flying to Algiers, then Tunis, then Tripoli, and then Tripoli off to Amman, Jordan, where I believe you live, or where you're from. You're from Jordan. Augustine's logo is an American flag behind a bald eagle. Yeah, that's what it looks like. I had to get a closer look. From a distance, again, it looks like the Wisconsin Badgers logo. Alright, we are at cruise. We can actually turn the seatbelt signs off. Forgot to turn the landing lights off. Oh, we're good. We're en route to Adpak. Once we get to Les Sib. Once we get to Les Sib, we're going to start our climb to 35, or flight level 350. Well, by the time we get to Santa, Seville, once we get to right past Seville, waypoint Martin, that's me. Martine, probably. We'll be at flight level 350. Okay, so you're flying the Airbus. What are you flying in? What sim? Airbus A320. Definitely don't have that in simulator, flight simulator. You're flying to Cairo. This Airbus is Air Algérie. This is a real-life flight. Air Algérie 3005, usually flown in the 787-800 Boeing. And we're going to be using this plane to also fly to Tunis, Algiers to Tunis, Tunisia. So Benjamin's on infinite flight. Very cool. Are you gonna be landing at all those airports? Are you gonna be landing at Khartoum? Khartoum is Sudan. You're gonna fly Cairo. Okay, yeah, you're up in Egypt. You're gonna fly south to Khartoum along the Nile, then fly back up to Tripoli in Libya, Tunis and Tunisia and Algiers, and then over to Rabat in Morocco. That's a good flight. Okay, your forename is Benjamin, so it goes... That's kind of like how Chinese is. My wife's name is Yelin. Her family name is Ye. Her given name is Lin. So Al-Hashimiyun Benjamin. Alright, so we land at each airport. I guess each of those flights are about... probably Cairo to Khartoum is probably an hour, hour and a half. Khartoum back up to Tripoli, probably another couple hours. Yeah, so not a bad idea to land each one. I don't think you'd be able to just go waypoint to waypoint over them. Yep, a little North African tour, exactly. And that's kind of what we're doing today. We might be able to do the whole African tour ourselves. We're not going to be landing in Cairo. Already checked that off the box. Unfortunately, we're going to just pass over. We're going to go Tripoli to Amman, Jordan. I don't know if we're going to do that today or on this stream. Might. Kind of have to see what's all going on in the house, how my wife's feeling about it. And she's watching, so she can, if she's watching, she can comment and say, hey, get off and come rub my back or whatever it is. Or we need to go shopping or something. A little bit different landscape than I'm used to. Let's see 101, welcome back to the stream. Hi, I found out why my PC can't run this game. It's because my CPU is overheating. Did you tell me what CPU you have? I can't remember. Yeah, if you want to throw your computer specs in here, I could see. But yeah, you're probably going to need a good fan depending on your PC or your CPU. And possibly just don't have enough thermal paste on there. This AMD Ryzen 7 I got a new fan with it too, and luckily the fan does just enough to keep it cool. Augustin Perez, surprisingly, one continent I haven't flown yet is in South America. Yeah, I haven't flown. Well, basically, I had flown every continent in X-plane, I think, because I flew some European flights. Obviously, flew a bunch in Asia and Australia, and then got to Egypt was my last X-plane flight. So most of my flying has been Africa, and then I did do a flight in Flight Simulator from I think Miami or New York down to Brazil. So I technically have South America ticked off the list, but I can't wait until we get down there and can fly around South America on this world tour. Mad Max, that flight, well, Tripoli, we're going to be flying Tripoli to Amman, Jordan, I meant. That's why I said. Sorry, I said Oman. I don't think I said Jordan. Yeah, we're going to be flying to Jordan. That's a real flight. That's going to be Africa Airlines, or Afriki Airlines, whatever that is. I think it's Africa. It's the Libyan Airlines. And then from Jordan, I think we're Kuwait, and then Kuwait, I think we're going to fly then to Muscat, Oman, and then back up to Doha, Qatar, and then up into Iran. Just do kind of a little Middle East tour. A little bit. Yeah, I don't know the schedule when we're going to do it. Probably tomorrow's when we're going to do that by the time we get to it. If we could do Tunisia today, we could probably get in our flight to Libya and Jordan tomorrow. If it was up to me, if I could just stream all day and didn't have to leave the room, I could do all these flights. We could probably get down to Qatar or to Oman by this evening or tonight. Yeah, we're gonna go. I'll pull it up on my screen and see what my list is. A second here. Benjamin, actually over a span of days, I'm doing a personal tour of Africa. Cool. Right now you're doing North Africa, and then hopefully you'll go down and there's some really cool places. Uganda. It's amazing. Africa is a very interesting continent. We're headed to Rosal. Actually, we start our climb. Let's get our altitude increase.
Madrid Center, Air Algérie 3005. Request flight level 330. Climb and maintain flight level 330, Air Algérie 3005.
My ATC broke. So I'm just talking to myself, it looks like. I was enjoying hearing the other planes, Viking and Shamrock. Wow, yesterday you flew from LAX to 84. Thank you for the subscription over on YouTube. Thank you very much. Welcome to the party. Welcome to the flight crew. We're gonna have to figure out something to call the community. I don't know if we're all going to be on the flight crew. Welcome to the... I don't know. You guys can make some suggestions for that. Klitzy 101. Sorry, I was reading the other ones. I have an i9 11900K. Yeah, you're probably going to need, with an i9, you're going to need a good fan, a really good fan, if not a water-cooled system. And you have an AMD, okay, and the Ryzen 67 XT, that's the graphics card. So you're probably going to need, you might need water cooling for the i9. I know for the Ryzen, AMD Ryzen 9, the CPU. The 9 series definitely need water cooled. The 7 can get away with a good fan. I guess I have a good enough fan because I'm not having any heating problems. But yep, heat's an issue once you get those big ones. So you're gonna have to go and work on that. Did you see my previous comment? Yes, I did, Benjamin. Sorry. Gonna be landing. Oh, whoa, went too far back. Yeah, flew from Los Angeles to Cairo. Really cool. That's a cool flight. How long did that take? That's probably 16 hours. Did you do that in real time, or did you speed up time? Because I do all my flights in real time. Gustin Perez is doing a short flight from Seattle to Jackson Hole. Cool. I did a flight live stream a few weeks ago in the CRJ 700 SkyWest American Eagle. Went Jackson Hole, Wyoming down to Phoenix Sky Harbor. And started in the snow, got down to Phoenix, and it was nice and foggy. Yep, I think you're gonna need a water-cooled fan, Klitzy 101. 18 hours real time. Cool. Yeah, I think my longest flight... I did do a flight from... I think I did a flight from Chicago... Oh no, I did a flight from London to Tokyo, I think. Early on when I got Flight Simulator. Did it overnight. I think that one was 12 hours maybe. I've never... What I need to do is I need to do a flight from Chicago to Shanghai. Mimic the real-life flight that we often would take, my wife and I, when we were flying between America and China. Maybe at some point I'll do a flight. Some of the early flights I did when I first went to China, I would take Asiana. And I'd fly Chicago to Beijing. No, Chicago to Incheon, to Seoul, and then Seoul to either Hangzhou, Shanghai, or Beijing. Yeah, the weather wasn't perfect, but it was pretty cool because they've added in the ground fog now, the mist. And I also have the season pack, so all the trees were coming in. A little with the fall foliage. And they do get colorful trees down in Arizona too. Wouldn't think so, but... Alright, we got an hour 4 minutes on our flight. Climbing past 32,000 feet. En route to 32,000 feet. Going up to flight level 350. Do that so that air traffic control doesn't get angry.
Climb and maintain flight level 350 Air Algérie 3005.
Climb to 350. Yeah, the reason I have to do the down and not up is because I can't, because we descended a little bit there because air traffic control doesn't understand going to standard pressure always. Descended so they get off our back. We're already in descent phase, technically. We're having a party here. I'm really liking this. If you haven't already, like I said, we got the follower goal. I don't know where. There we go. Follower goal. It's up. It's up in the center of the screen. I can't even really point at it. There, that way. New Year's follower goal, trying to get to 50. That's going to help me get to affiliate status and all the fun stuff on Twitch. So if you are on Twitch and you are watching, I know there are some people watching over there, and you haven't followed already, hit that follow button and you'll get a cool little message on the screen, and you'll be the latest follower up there. Right now, Mad Max 2879 is our latest follower. He follows both on Twitch and YouTube. Big shout out to him. Shout out to all you guys who are on YouTube and Twitch. He uses help both ways. Let's jump to another camera here. Are at 35,000 feet, and Seville is going to be off to our right side, so let's get over there. That's probably Huelva. Gulf of Cadiz. The weather down in Jackson is not the best right now with the snow, but it's always nice when on approach. Yep. Yeah, it's a very... like I said, there's so many places I haven't flown in any simulator. And Microsoft Flight Simulator, I mean, I know a lot of people say if you want to do big jets in Flight Simulator, or if you want to do big jets, if you want to do airliners and stuff.
005, have the traffic.
I guess we have some other traffic here. But if you want to do the airliners, you do it in X-Plane right now. And I had X-Plane. I started this world tour in X-Plane, did Asia, Australia, all that. But it was a lot of work getting all the scenery in. And here it's all there. You know, we look out the window and we see it. Really cool. You can download some upgraded free scenery or buy some. And then obviously VFR is where Flight Simulator shines, but I do everything in Flight Simulator now. It doesn't have the perfect flight model. There aren't a ton of airliners right now to fly, but it's too pretty to pass up. Mad Max has been following me on YouTube since the ATS videos with the economy mod. Yep, we're going to be getting back to those eventually. Hopefully this next week I'm going to go down to Miller Brewery or wherever, do an interview with the supervisor at our company, our truck company here, and see if I can do yard dog work or yard horse, whatever kind of things you want to call it. It's kind of, they drive these little trucks, little truck things that basically you attach to a trailer, you pull it out of the dock, you put it in the yard somewhere, pull another one, put it in the dock. And that's all you do for 12 hours a day, 5 days a week. But hourly pay and get paid time and a half, so 60 hours a week, but I get paid like I'm working 70. And I'm home for 2 days. I'm home on the weekend, get the weekends off, and I get to sleep in my own bed and maybe stream a little bit during the week as well. So that'll be a positive. Of course, the number one thing is taking care of the baby. That's on the way, as my wife will remind me. Let's see, 101 did the stress test. My CPU got up to 95 degrees Celsius. I could open up mine and see where I'm at, but yeah, let's do it. I hate doing that, but it'll be alright. Let's see, where's my... Oh, my temperatures on my CPU. AMD Ryzen 7 5800 temperatures, package node. I'm at 66, peaked right now at 69 since I started the my HW monitor, hardware monitor. It is peaking now 72 degrees. Yeah, if you're up in 90s, that's not good. So you're gonna need some water cool for that. And you got the i9, crazy. I don't know. I don't think that's Seville right below us. Might be. Yep, that's Seville. I think Seville might have been off a little in front of us, but there it is. I don't know about this live weather. On the weather radar on Volanta, a little bit of pockets of rain and cloud and stuff. Nothing major though. And further off in the distance, probably not going to be able to see it. We can see the Strait of Gibraltar right over there. I doubt we'll be able to see the Rock of Gibraltar. Oh yeah, the haze add-on, pretty cool. It's amazing how hazy it seems everywhere. It's always hazy. But it might just be the time of year. Think of the milk tea from China. My preferred brand. Nai Cha. Josh probably knows this. Alright. 1 hour of flight time. We're in cruise. Gibraltar's off to our right. Man. These windows need to be washed. My screen needs to be washed too. You guys can't see that, but I've got smudges all over my screen too. Where did you get that? Oh, where did I get my milk tea? Yep. Got it at... Oh, what's it called? I wonder if Linda's watching right now. If Linda's watching right now, she could type it in. Custom Perez is flying in an Airbus A320neo Delta livery. And that's the Seattle to Jackson Hole? Yep. I got this from, what is it? Meihua. I think it's Meihua Market. That's the name of it. Meihua Chaoshu. Oh. What is going on? I don't know what's going on with Flight Simulator today. What's going on? It's not like we're loading in scenery or anything. I don't have a ton of modified scenery in this area. Oh, sorry about that. For Clixie, I'm now at 79, or I've maxed out at 79 degrees Celsius, but I'm mostly hanging around in the mid-60s. Meihua Chaoshu, I believe is what our local little Asian supermarket. We also get the little fried, like the little pancakes you can fry in your frying pan, like ham. She introduced me to those. Her mom would always make those for me for breakfast. Fry those up and then put scrambled eggs and bacon and lettuce inside. Little handmade pies. Justin, I always see those fly into Jackson Hole, so I had to fly it in. Okay. Yeah, I don't know all the flights that go in there. I flew out of Jackson Hole because I wanted to do a real life CRJ 700 flight. Look at the beautiful mountains. Let's see. Yeah, Gibraltar is gonna be over there. The haze just making it, we can't make it out perfectly. We can see the strait right there. I didn't even think of it that we should fly into Gibraltar at some point. We'll do it. We'll do it once we come on back into Europe. Maybe we'll fly to Madrid and then fly down to Gibraltar. On from there. If I can get like what mountain? Take a look out on the left side. Rocky terrain of Spain. What do you miss, Josh? The handmade pancakes? I miss the ones where in Jeddah there was, and I'm sure you can get these everywhere, but they have the dough, and then they put the meat in the dough along with chives and other stuff, and then they roll it out flat and they slap it to the side of the heated, got coals inside the heated like bamboo barrel, and you just eat those nice crispy things. Just eat those with your hand. Those are good, but you'd have like the meat inside the dough. The people that made those were nice. I've never heard of Gibraltar in my life, and I know so much about geography, lol. Is it in my own country? Well, which country? What country are you in? Are you in Spain? Okay, so they only... Yeah, you can get them bean toe blues. You can get those slightly spicy. Yeah, I don't know if they were... The only place I ever got them was in Jeddah. I don't remember seeing them in Hangzhou either. Benjamin, I don't know what you're saying there in Arabic. If you were writing something in Chinese or Greek, I might be able to. But... Now, what country are you in, Mad Max? I'm forgetting. Were you UK? No, that was the old guy. What was his name? But he was a military truck driver. This side. Yeah, but Gibraltar's over there. Well, Gibraltar... Is it there? I don't think it's that. I think it's gonna be... Oh. Probably over there more. We're not close enough to see it. Not with all this mist. Oh, we got some fog rolling in. Right over here, Malaga. Oh, okay, you're in Ontario. Oh, is it its own country? Sorry, I misread that from Max. Yeah, you're in Canada. Yeah, Gibraltar is on the... Actually, that would have been Gibraltar where I was looking. Oh, so let's go back over there. That was Gibraltar. It's hard to see from this distance. Right there, that is Gibraltar. And then there's that little gulf. That's the Gulf, or Bay of Gibraltar. And yeah, basically right there, there is a... And we can't see it very well from here, but there is just this big rock on it. And basically the southern tip, just that part right there, is part of the UK. It's part of the United Kingdom. The rest of it's Spain. It's famous also because the airport there basically goes right across the peninsula, right there. Like the border is right there, and then there's an airport. The runways are 0927, so it runs east-west, and it cuts right across the main highway between Spain and the rest of Gibraltar and the UK military base and the civilians that live in Gibraltar there. And so whenever a plane is landing, the traffic has to stop, like two little gates come down and stop the traffic. But like I said, we'll have to fly into that airport. That will be interesting. I'm assuming that the cars will just be flowing over the runway because none of these simulators can get traffic, like ground traffic, to work properly. Alright, so we should be over Malaga now. Coming up on it. Right over there. And we're going to be flying to a few people's... Well, I don't know if Benjamin is from Amman, Jordan, but we're going to be flying to his home country soon. Like I said, in a few flights. be quite a while before we get to your country, Mad Max or David. Before we get to Canada. Unless we do a different, I mean, on this world tour at least, we could do a, maybe I'll do another kind of, maybe fly up there to Canada, you know, do Chicago to Toronto in the CRJ or something. But I'm really excited right now to be doing these world tour flights. And I don't know if Beanto Blues wants me revealing what he kind of messaging me on Facebook. Just message me in the chat here. He was kind of talking about it's kind of interesting all the people from different places that I'm getting on the stream. I do always find interesting when I was flying more and deeper in Central Africa, a lot of the people following and commenting during the streams or just on the videos were from those countries. We're from Nigeria or Sudan, Kenya. People just really interested to see me flying into their countries. Billy Bishop. No, I've never heard of Billy Bishop at airport. Billy. Okay, so he was a flying ace in the First World War. Let's see if I can get... There's the section where it tells me about the airports named after him. Oh, I need to get some different headset. They're hard on the ears. Toronto City Airport. Right in front of downtown Toronto. If I can... Oh yeah, it's like on a little island there. I'm guessing... I'll zoom in on this picture, see what planes are there. Yeah, it looks like all the planes are Dash 800s. Might be able to fly into there if you want to try that airport. I think we'd have to fly in there with the CRJ. It'd be the biggest, at least, plane that I have. I mean, we could obviously go in with King Air or something. I do like those older airports. They're just kind of situated. Oh wow, that is a really cool... Yeah, it's like literally just a little channel between it and downtown if you're coming in the right direct. Well, I guess both directions you'd be going if you're coming in. Whichever direction it is where you'd have the downtown on your left, that'd be a nice shot coming in landing because you're looking right at the CN Tower and all that. And they do have a flight from Toronto to Chicago. Does it go out of that airport? Doesn't matter. We don't have to do a real... There's my Discord. If you haven't already joined the Discord, click on that and you can suggest flight ideas. I don't have a certain section set up for it yet. I'll have to set one up where it's like flight suggestions. And you guys can tell me like, well, hey, fly from here to here and do it in this plane if you want. I mean, Might not do it in that plane if it's not a plane I know how to fly, or if it'll just take too long. But some cool ideas. There's a tunnel that goes under the water to get to the island and a ferry. Cool. Yeah, so if you're over on the Discord, you know, just throw it in. Put it in the, right now, I put in like the, here, let me see if I can just add a channel. Great channel. We will call it flight suggestion or flight requests. Yeah, just throw in your flight request there. Put in the ICAO codes for the airport. So if you want to fly from Midway, Chicago Midway, or Chicago O'Hare, put in the appropriate one. Or you can type it out. Either way. If you put in the ICAO, it's very easy for me to just search and know which one. And yeah, we could do that. I like flying into the bigger airports because there's a lot of airplanes, but a smaller airport, obviously for flying a smaller plane, if we just do it VFR or we're doing a prop or a smaller jet, that works too. Of course, before we do that flight, I'm going to have to see what scenery we have available on flightsim.to for Toronto. You don't want to go in and fly into a place and it doesn't look good. Pull up my scenery map on flightsim.to. Greater Toronto area. Alright, there's... yeah, Billy Bishop is right down there. Where is the... okay, so the main Toronto airport's off to the... or to the west. Quite a few airports. Greater Toronto area. Greater Toronto Area Enhancement Pack, so I'll have to download that before we fly in. Make sure it's looking as good as possible. Oh, and this guy's got some custom airports. He's got Toronto Buttonville, Brampton, and Ottawa International Airport too. I've never flown, I don't think I've ever flown a flight into Canada in a sim yet. There's a lot of countries I haven't, but I don't think I've done Canada. What is going on with this? There's so many graphical glitches going on. Alright, let's see what that's going to be. I'm going to assume that is... I think that's going to be Elmira. Oh. Might be El Ejido. Hard to tell. If those are fields, I can't tell if those are fields or if that's a city. Elmira. Elmira will be more over there, I would think. Let's get outside the plane for a while. See the southern Spanish coast. Mountains. Those are fields. Well, Almeria is going to be more off where that mist is. El Ejido is right there. Leveled out. And we're just making an angle between Malaga and Mostaganem in Algeria, right across the Alboran Sea. I would have just called it the Mediterranean, but I guess it's the Alboran over here. Which channel did you say it is? On Discord, I just added flight requests text channel, so everything's just text. It's the one right on the bottom, I would think. There's an MSFS one, and then there's a flight request one. I'm gonna have to learn how to make a, well, got time. We'll make a fancier Discord at some point. When we have hundreds of people in there, all spamming everything, then we'll set it up. Toronto Pearson, I'm assuming Pearson is not even in Toronto. Yeah, it's not in Toronto. It's in Mississauga, which is a suburb. Most airports are, though, like that. That's how they are. But technically, Milwaukee, both of Milwaukee's airports are in Milwaukee, surprisingly. Same. Yeah. General Billy Mitchell International is no longer General Billy Mitchell, it's just Mitchell International Airport now. Got rid of the general part. Guy just can't get any love, I guess. Gets court-martialed because he's trying to convince the higher-ups that the airplane is going to be the way of the future. Of course, World War II proved him correct. But Billy Mitchell International Airport, it's in Milwaukee, and Timmerman, Lawrence J. Timmerman Airport, which is a smaller port for private, you know, just for general aviation, on the north side, is also Milwaukee. I want to say both Chicago's airports are actually in Chicago. Oh, IOC, I mean, just type in the airport code. Like, so for example, Lisbon today was LPPT. I mean, you can put those in. If you want, you can just put the name of the airport too, and I can find that. So like today we're flying between Lima Papa Papa Tango, so LPPT, and our arrival airport is Delta Alpha Alpha Golf, or DAAG. I believe those are the ACA or ICAO codes for the airport. Either way, it's not a big deal. If you put in just put in the name of the airport, works too. If you have a specific airport you want me to fly to. If you just want me to fly to, if you just want me to fly to a certain city, it doesn't matter which airport, just put the city name. Either way. Alright, man, we've been streaming probably about 5 hours here. That's between 2 flights, though. Back on the flight deck, got clouds cover, a chunk of cloud cover over the sea here. Right, we are 39 minutes out. I'm going to jump into the flight computer. I'm going to grab our weather reports. ATSU, AOS, WX, that's the weather request, and need Delta, Alpha, Alpha, Golf. We don't need our takeoff airport anymore. I'm not going back there. Our alternate and our arrival. And this screen will give us a little message that we've received. Company message. Did I see your previous comment? Oh, there you go. That one got kind of lost in there. Yes, Benjamin's preparing to make a comic which begins in January. Everyone's doing comics. Unless, no, you're not the same one. Who's the one now? Guy out in Kazakhstan. He's doing a comic. Well, now you're doing a comic too. Pretty cool. Everyone's doing something creative. I like it. Like I said, join the Discord. If you use Discord and you want to share that in Discord, I'll have to, again, I'm gonna have to put up some more text or different rooms or things like that. You know, hey, share your creative stuff, share some stuff from your comic book or whatever. I think you're at least the third or fourth person who's working on a comic. Got a few people writing books too. Pretty cool.
Barcelona Center, Air Algérie 3005, flight level 350.
Alright, so we got that message right there, company message. Back to the AFC menu, receive messages, ATAR. We'll print this out. If I get too far, transition altitude. Transition altitude for Algiers is going to be 3940. Interesting. Usually it's a even 1,000. Right there it's going to go 3,900. It's not even going to let us put in that. All I need for there. Oh, get our minimum also. Up the flight pad. We're going to be, right now I'm looking at my approach chart for VOR runway 5, Algiers, Algeria. Our VOR is 112.5. The course, 52 degrees. And there is an ILS, but it's going to be the other direction. And then we're also, I'm going to put in this ADF 342 because looks like probably don't need that. Well, that might be for maybe to go around. No, go around, we just go this way. Might not need it, but not too bad to have an extra beacon to go off of. Back to our performance page. What am I looking for? Oh, we printed off the weather. There it is. We met our Alpha Alpha Golf. Wind is 60 degrees, 2 knots. Temperature 10, as it is technically nighttime now. But we are flying today. 1025. And get that minimum, that's going to be barometer. Full. Flight pad back up. Our minimums 540 feet. The clouds don't look that great today. Excited for my landing or your landing in Jackson Hole? I just hope that the aisle or whatever we're doing for we land the plane well, and we don't have a plane coming at us like we did on takeoff. All the other planes were taken off from Lisbon, runway 3. Shamrock, Aer Lingus right before us, a couple TAP Portugals. I think there was Angola Air. They all took off runway 3, and then we're taking off, and we almost flew directly into Azores flight 220 from the Azores Islands. For some reason he's approaching, coming in runway 21 or whatever, the opposite. I heard flight, the ATC say go around, and I'm thinking, who's going around? Why does anyone need to go around? No one was coming in. I knew Beeline was coming in, Brussels Air behind us, but I thought that I looked at my plane. I thought there was a door open, but that's the Algerian flag. Well, thank you. Yeah, hopefully it's a good landing. Last landing was 200 feet per minute. I think we can... if you're in here, as we start coming in on the approach, cool thing to do is make your prediction on the feet per minute. What you think it's going to be. Well, I'm trying to think if you should do a prediction like that. I guess you can do it like that, kind of do whoever's closest. Just say we could do an over-under, like 200, but let's just do a straight prediction. Just say, like, I think it's going to be 200 feet per minute, or negative 200 feet per minute, because you're descending, but you don't have to put the negative in it. We all get what's going on. At least those of us that understand feet per minute. It's the descent rate, or the positive feet per minute would be a climb rate, and then as you're landing, you're typically descending. You can even see right now on the overlay, the B/S on the bottom. We're going up about between 0. Well, now we're descending a little bit, feet per minute, just because the fluctuations in the air were kind of going up and down. But when we're coming in for landing, aim to be between 150 and 300, I think, is where you want to be. Okay, we're coming up on the Algerian coast. Yeah, that's kind of like the basically anything over 300, and it's getting a little firm, at least in my estimation. See an airport down there. What airport is that? Well, off to our right is going to be the city of Oran. There's probably back there. And this is the Gulf d'Arzu, probably Arzu. thinking that's ours. Oh, maybe? No. You know what? Never mind. That is Oran right there. Oran's gonna be there, the city. Somewhere around here. Maybe more, a little further down there. And this airport is Delta Alpha Oscar Echo Beau Cipher Airport. And behind Oran, there's another airport right there. And the Oran Marsh. That airport, Delta Alpha Oscar Senia Airport. At least that's what it says, but then down here it says it's Ahmed Ben Bella Airport. Oh. My little Volanta's giving me two different names for it. Then even further back, there's another airport, too. Look further back there. Probably right over there. I think that's another one. Tafarori Airport, Delta Alpha Oscar Lima. Bunch of airports right here as we pass by the city of Oran and Algiers. I don't want to look out the window though. Oh, this is gonna be Arju. Mentioned before, and then basically right in front of us is Mastagenum, where we'll be making a left turn, continue up the coast. Now what's going on the phone? Yeesh. I think my phone was off or didn't have any internet or something. Getting crazy amount of notifications. What's going on here? Something's failed. No stuff. Okay, I think they came back with a verdict in the Ghislaine Maxwell trial. That's something I've been doing lately, or at least when I was in the truck, I watched a number of couple trials. The last one I watched was the Kim Potter trial. Watching on Ricada Law. Got a panel of lawyers in there watching the entire trial, including jury selection, which was for the Kim Potter trial. Talk about Minnesota accent and just the judge. Yes. We're so thankful that the jury you have answered the call to jury selection. Respect your time. 6 out of 7 charges for Ghislaine Maxwell. Yeah, so I was watching the Kim Potter trial, and before that it was the Kyle Rittenhouse trial. That's what really blew his channel up, and he had all these lawyers. He's using StreamYard. He had like 10 lawyers at a time, defense lawyers, prosecutors, and they all have YouTube channels. They talk about this stuff, but they were just commenting on the trial as it's going along. You learn so much watching a whole trial and getting like less than biased. I mean, you watch like CNN or PBS or any of these things where they get like a panel of a few lawyers to have the reactions to the day, and they'll just come in and it's like, she's guilty. Yeah, you get the stereotypical like black with the Kim Potter cases, like they got this, black woman prosecutor, and she's like, she's a cop, she's guilty. And I was like, have you watched the trial? Any of the evidence? Anything like that? Yep, watching trials very informative. I think everyone, I mean, there's all these moves to have people monitoring trials. It's like, yeah, put them on YouTube. Put them on YouTube. Stream them so people can watch and comment. And but the problem with the Maxwell trial is federal court, there's no law against streaming them, but they don't have to. No court has to. And most federal judges don't want to deal with the hassle. So, yeah, Ghislaine Maxwell was the girlfriend of Jeffrey Epstein. And, well, she was found guilty. Yeah, I was watching one of the panelists, he's got his channel, Good Logic. He was going down to the federal courthouse in New York City. He lives in New Jersey, and he was going down there and sitting in one of the side rooms where they had it on the screen. Everyone else there, I mean, he's a lawyer, but I think he's like commercial law or something, but he knows enough. I mean, he's still a lawyer. And then everyone else there were just journalists, so they didn't really, he'd be like, catching all the things, because you're a lawyer or you watch a lot of trials, you know what stuff's quote unquote important, even though the jury and the general public might not catch it. Guilty on 6 out of 7 charges. Cool. Are you going? Well, I would assume you're going to school. Going to school would mean going to college. That's where you start really pursuing a certain thing. Did you say where you were from, Augustine? Because I know Benjamin's from Jordan. I think Nuri is from Kazakhstan. Beanto Blues is Florida. Mad Max / David, he's from Toronto. Got a nice even split right now between the two streams. Who can come out ahead? YouTube and Twitch. Which one's going to come out ahead on the stream? Okay, you're in Arizona. Cool. So I flew down to... I said I flew Jackson Hole to Phoenix. And like David was saying before, Mad Max, he's been around on YouTube following me since the American Truck Simulator days, and a lot of driving around Arizona in American Truck Simulator. And it's kind of blown up. When you're not playing it and not following it day to day, time is just flying because you're doing everything else. Amazing how many states have come out now in American Truck Simulator. started out, I think originally it was supposed to come out as just California. Then when they actually released it in 2016, it came out California, Arizona, and Nevada right out the box. Since added Oregon, Washington, Idaho, Utah, Mexico, Colorado. I believe they're working on Wyoming and Texas right now. The smell... I can't tell if it's garlic bread or lasagna. My mom has been... she's a teacher. Teaches fashion tech, sewing and all that. But obviously it's the Christmas, New Year's vacation, and so she's home, and yesterday she didn't make anything, but a couple days ago she made a ton of meatballs and meatloaves and all that stuff to stick in the freezer, so you just pull it out and make it for dinner. Don't have to do so much prep work. Today it looks like it could be lasagna. I'm assuming probably chicken enchiladas, because we did have tortillas, lots of cheese. For the lasagna as well, but tortillas is going to go with your chicken enchiladas. Look out to the Mediterranean on one side and to the interior of North Africa. Oh, Wyoming's already out. Okay. What are they working on now? I know they're working on Texas, I think, and they've been kind of retooling California.
Flight level 210 Air Algérie 3005.
Okay, so I've lost the other end of ATC, but we are going to descend and maintain 2100. No, so we're 15 minutes out, 115 nautical miles, and we're headed to Dara. No star today, no terminal arrival. Actually, we have two more waypoints, Dara and then Charlie Hotel Echo. That's going to be the VOR at Cherchell. Then we're going to just have a straight vector to the final. I don't think on the arrival I had an option to for a transition point at the VOR for Algiers. But we're just gonna have a vector to the final approach, and that way we don't have to go into the airport and then come back out and loop around. Okay, Montana. Well, like I said, once I get back in American Truck Simulator, I have to buy a few of those. That'll be fun. And the fun thing about American Truck Simulator is that it's all out west right now, and my trucking career has been primarily east of the Mississippi River. I did a couple runs out to Texas, through Oklahoma, but basically the furthest west I've gotten is Kansas City, and then wherever in Texas, not that far west. Justin is trying to buy the new farm sim, but my card won't go through because the purchase is too big. Not that expensive, is it? And my bank won't allow it. How much does the farm sim cost?
Going to 124.9er, Air Algérie 3005.
Farming simulator, $50.
005 is at flight level 280.
Farming simulator do I have? I think I have 19. Maybe 17. I didn't play a lot of it. I played it for 10 hours. I liked it. It's fun. Again, just not enough time. Not enough time for all these sims. But hey, if I get the follows and Twitch stream all day and make money doing that, well then I can farm sim and truck sim and fly and all that stuff. Why are you spending over $120 for it? They're like a... Back here. Shouldn't ignore the ATC. Descended flight level 10. We have all of our landing information in VOR. Turn that on. Go back to my store. Farming Simulator 22, $50. $49.99. There's the year one bundle, which is right now $87.28 on Steam. I guess if you add all the DLC, you might have to get up to there. That's just the season pass and few different trucks or something. But yeah. I think I figured out, like every time I'm in the plane's actually louder inside than it is outside. That has to do with our settings over here. Engine interior. Engine. Turn that wind down a little bit. I have the exterior volume turned down, that way you just don't blow out our ears when we go outside. There we go. Played over 500 hours already on 19. That's cool. Yeah, I look at some people's playtime on some of these sims, and I think the most playtime I think I have on any one game is now Microsoft Flight Simulator, and technically I've only flown about 250 hours, but I have like 700 plus. It's just being in the menu screen and trying to load things in and all that. At max, Texas and then Montana, and they're updating the northern parts of California and cities like Sacramento, Ukiah, Eureka, Redding, and Stockton. Yeah, I got confused though. I saw an article and they were talking about how they're removing a few cities, but then they're adding a few in, and they're updating. Like they were, the article said they're adding Sacramento. I'm like, they're not adding Sacramento. They're probably upgrading it because all those cities that you just named were already in there. It sounds like they're probably putting something back. Yeah, I didn't really follow the Maxwell case too much, just because, again, it wasn't televised or it wasn't streamed, and I just didn't watch enough of Good Logic, his kind of breakdowns. But they were good breakdowns when he talked about it, what was going on, but it's kind of hard to follow everything. Okay, we're at 21,000.
Descend and maintain 11,000 feet. Air Algérie 3005.
Continue descent to 11,000. The seatbelt signs on. Could have been on already, but we didn't. Where was San Rafael? Where was that? I could look at it too. San Raf. Oh, okay, just north of San Francisco. It sounds like they're just redoing the whole San Francisco area to make it. I just always remember, like, you drive through Oakland and then kind of blink and you be in Sacramento. A little weird. California, and you know from my videos, it's like I always did the you know, the highway signs and everything. And California was the hardest place. You get to the other states and the highways are actually where they're supposed to be for the most part. The major ones. California would be like, where this highway doesn't go here. 101 does not go through this city or in this area. That was always hard. Okay, I think what we got in front of us. Yeah, that's gonna be Sure Shell right in front of us. Our final waypoint, VOR. No airport for the VOR though. Yeah, I don't know if I do some more American truck videos. They'll either be live streams or if I do right? If I make videos and upload them on YouTube when they are released, I probably won't be putting in all the signs. Yeah, but there is no other YouTuber that did that. That's true. Again, if I can get the time and lay out time and just say, okay, I'm gonna make one video a week doing that. We'll see. See how it goes. Yeah, that's sort of why I did that, because, well, what's a trucking video? You know, all kinds of people are playing American Truck Simulator and doing weird things. I gotta add something to make it different. And I really like the highway signs and all that. And then adding the logbook later. Yep. The logbooks, the logbooks can be they're kind of a pain in the butt though. Just because how the time works in Truck Simulator. Euro Truck Simulator was always interesting with the signs because just making all them, pulling all those signs in because all the countries are so different. Weston Perez did a flight from Los Angeles to Hawaii. It's a good flight towards the end, but during a mid-flight over the Pacific, oh, it's not so fun. Yep. Yeah, the long flights, I like doing long flights. I don't mind them. I want to go from point A to point B, but I don't know if I could do a whole stream sitting here. Unless there's a lot of people in here, we're talking. If it's a 8-hour flight, you know, and I know other people that do long flights like that. They'll shut off the camera and just cruise for a while, and they'll come back. Like I said, we'll see if we keep this stream going. So when I finish this flight, when I land, I'm gonna step away and see what's going on around, see what my wife's doing, what needs. Probably be about 3 o'clock when we get everything wrapped up. But I wouldn't mind continuing on to Tunis. That'd probably be it for these World Tour flights today, unless we just want to do a marathon and go all the way into the evening over to Libya. So we're 11,041 miles out. We need to descend. Kind of needed to descend. I'm gonna ask her vectors. Sometimes
Algiers Center, Air Algérie 3005.
maybe they're gonna have us come in the other direction.
Turn left heading 065, Air Algérie 3005.
Alright, we're gonna have fun here. We're gonna follow what the ATC says and get super annoyed. Do we do that, or do we just go in ourselves what we have planned? I think we're just... We'll follow what ATC. But if we start flying in circles, then, well, we'll ignore it then. And just make my little call out while we're here coming in. If you are watching on Twitch and you haven't hit that follow button yet, please do so. We're trying to get to 50 followers for New Year's. That is the goal. And hopefully get to affiliate status pretty soon. And you can put in the exclamation mark Discord, YouTube, Twitter. Get over on the Discord, join that. Actually type that in right now for you guys. Discord, go over there, join the Discord. You can suggest flights. Suggest we could do group flights even. But that's something I kind of have to learn how to do. I really hope.
Algiers Center, Air Algérie 3005.
I'm gonna be very disappointed if we're supposed to, if they're gonna have us come in runway.
Turn left heading 065, Air Algérie 3005.
I have a bad feeling about this. I have a bad feeling that we're not going to land the way we wanted to. Because we're coming in on VOR. Oh, I actually didn't put it in. VOR 05. Like I said, if we end up just flying and ATC doesn't give us something, then we're gonna go VOR 5. Yeah, it's hit or miss. Sometimes it works just fine. Other times it does something like this where it doesn't give us any information on what's coming up. That's why I need to get into VATSIM, because at least VATSIM I can be able to say, hey, yeah, I'd at least know what runway we're landing at. Problem with flight simulators is that sim brief might say they're using runway 5, and then like 9 times out of 10 the in-game ATC is like, oh yeah, go the opposite direction. And since I am using the AI, I have Alpha India Group's AI traffic. They're going to be flying the direction that the in-game ATC flying them, I'm assuming. I don't want to be flying the wrong direction. Kind of breaks the immersion. But we'll see. Basically, hurry up and wait. And unfortunately, the ATC is kind of broken, so we're... And I don't think there's any other planes. Sadly, no other planes talking. There are planes on the ground. I've got, looking at my Alpha India traffic controller. There should be planes chattering, but we're not hearing them. Because, again, the ATC is kind of broken. When you want to hear the in-game ATC, it doesn't want to talk. When you want it to shut up because you're trying to use VATSIM, talk away. Where's the airport? I think that's right below us. No, that's not the airport. It's probably a bit further on. Algiers has 2 runways. They kind of make a V over there. Well, the way it's flying us Seems like they're getting us ready to come in the opposite direction.
Descend and maintain 2,600 feet. Expect VOR DME runway 09er approach via Mike Alpha Romeo transition cleared to Mike Alpha Romeo Air Algérie 3005.
War 09. Go transition. Okay.
Tower on 118.7 Air Algérie 3005. Algiers Tower Air Algérie 3005 13 miles northwest inbound for DME runway 09er approach. Cleared to land runway 09er Air Algérie 3005.
We're too close though to do that. I think we're way too close. Way too late on this. Alright, so approach, need VOR, ME 09, transition MAR. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? The heck? I mean, we're already over the airport, so I guess we're gonna go in and then come back out. Well, we're gonna have to. At least we got a view of the airport. See where it is. A little bit of fog. We're gonna be coming on the straight runway there. I was planning coming in on the angle. All right, so we're coming. It looks like we're kind of coming into the VOR. All right, so I'm gonna go off of this chart. Once we get to the VOR, we're going to go 271 degrees. Yep. I'm going to fly back out and back in. We do have our VOR in 112.5, but our course is 91. And ILS, if we want it, 108.5. Let it go. Get our speed. Get our speed on too. Hey, Klitzy. Welcome back. We got a full, almost a. I consider a full house. Thanks for coming along. I want to keep this going. Or maybe we'll fly to Tunis next. I'll have to step out and my wife feels about that. Fingers crossed. Need to take out this headset off though. Got some ground fog. And we're kind of coming out on a, what would this be, a right base, right downwind. Okay, we're going to turn to 316. Pull up the iPad here. What we're doing is we're going to do this this turn here, and at 6.8 miles out we need to be at 2240, and then That's where we'll descend at 3 degrees. Also throw the ILS on. I really can't land in this game. I'm using the Thrustmaster. It's 16,000.M. Got the rudder pedals and the throttle as well. It all came in a package. All right, we're going to standard pressure. What is our standard pressure? I think they told us. Got to turn the landing lights on. Got distracted waiting for ATC to tell us the story of our life.
2,500.
We're pretty low. Gonna turn, start heading back for 91 degrees. And the VOR on. Whew. Feels pretty low. Yeah, I don't have the Airbus Thrustmaster. And when I originally got this, I was flying the Boeing. We're at 2,000 feet. We're actually a little low. We should be okay. Turning 91 degrees. Put out a flap. Start slowing down. Landing speed is going to be approach 121. Ah! 91. Down the heading. There we go. We're gonna have to come back a little bit. I'm going too fast. That's how fast I'm going. But we do have flaps 2 coming out. We are get over more. I feel like I'm gonna miss this. Okay, we're 6 point. How many miles out are we? 11.8 miles out, 6.8. That's where we're gonna capture the glide slope. Flap. Auto thrust should be coming back up. Landing gear down. Landing lights are on. Let's do a cabin check. Kind of scrambling around, it feels like. Flaps full. Sorry if I'm not getting to your message, all your chats yet. Let's see. You have the Airbus Thrustmaster. Good. Let's see. Okay. Oh, okay. Nice to know. Nice. I know you don't have this, but do you recommend the Logitech yoke flight sim rig? Yeah, if you want to yoke it, I think so. Probably be good. I don't know too much about it, but Logitech makes good stuff. Okay. Point out, we need to start our descent. We're at 9.3. Actually, we do have the ILS also to help us guide us in. Like we're pretty much in line. Hey, Apper Monkey FN. Thanks for joining. We're just about to land in Algiers, Algeria at Delta Alpha Alpha Golf Houari Boumediene Airport. Butchered that. But... Okay. Thanks for the follow, Anaruda. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm gonna need to move. We're gonna have to move that follower goal. Well, thanks for the follow. Thank you very much. Okay, we're gonna start our descent. So we're gonna pull off the autopilot. We're gonna take this in. We have the auto brake set. We have our speed reversers armed. Deep.
$1,000.
Really should use the ILS for this. There it is. Got the lights. They're a little low. I'll watch that red needle. Red diamond. Pink diamond. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't done any shared cockpit, so not sure how that would work, but maybe. Said join the Discord and we could talk about it. Great place to figure out how to do collaboration, what we can do. Definitely be up for that. Okay. Feet on the rudder pedals.
500.
We're coming in a little shallow. $300. $200. Don't know why this got some planes going the wrong direction.
100.
Off center.
50. 40. 30. 20. 10. 5.
Ooh, a little firm. A little bit over 300. Didn't even have to put the reversers out. Yeah, I didn't even extend the reversers or anything there. That was all just the auto brake. Really weird. Very strong.
Currently about 10 degrees Celsius. You can now use your mobile devices. Please remain seated until the
Okay, let's
air
clear our flaps.
stop and the seatbelt sign is turned off. Remember to use caution when opening the overhead bins as items may have shifted during the flight.
Really nice looking runway here, or like good textures. Thank you, Anaruda. Let me see if I'm saying that anywhere close to how I should be saying it. Got the flight directors. And get the APU going. Turn off our landing lights and strobe.
Air Algérie 3005.
Get over here. Oh, whoa, whoa. Come on, Tiller, what are we doing? Alright, give me a second.
Algiers
Turn off our
Ground, Air
ATC.
Algérie 005 request taxi to the gate. Taxiing to gate 4 via taxiway, Charlie Bravo Air Algérie 3005.
Yeah, so we're only getting one end of the ATC, unfortunately, which is ourselves. Taxiing to gate 4, Charlie Bravo. Oh no, the engines are still powering the plane. Go to electrical. Still going through the generator 1 and 2. But the APU, we want to start the APU that way once we park, we can shut down the engines without having to connect to ground power. And we might connect to ground power anyway, so. Okay, I'm looking for, again, they give us these routes, but they're not really accurate to real life. Head over terminal. Not sure if this is a custom made airport. Might be. Tower looks pretty good. Got a few other Air Algéries here. If I turn into, I think this will take us right to that gate right there on the corner. Oh, yeah, it looks custom. It might be. I think it is. I think I downloaded a custom one. No marshaller though. Okay, a little off center. Parking brake set. Lights off. Fuse available, so it's going to bleed on. And we'll shut down the engines. That's the thing I don't understand with MSFS. Some major airports also, they spend pay a lot of attention to. Well, this is a downloaded one. This one is freeware. Someone put their own efforts into it. Anaruda, so can you taxi solely on APU? No, I think you need to have the engine. Engineering with Anaruda, subscribe. Thanks for subscribing over on YouTube too. And what is that? Sperm Enkai Enkerp? No, Apper and Kerp. I'm sorry. Some of these names it's hard to, like, how is it said? How are you guys all doing? Thanks for joining in. We just landed in Algiers, Algeria, and we're at 40 followers. And hey, let's keep that hype train going. Got 5 minutes on the timer. We need another follow. We keep the follows going. Keep the hype train. Augustin Perez looks custom. Yeah, that's the thing I don't understand. Read all that. I don't think we can taxi solely on APU. We can taxi on one engine. Don't need to have both engines. Alright, so engines are done. Passengers already deboarding. I didn't turn off the seatbelt signs or get the jetway out yet. Get the jetway, power, baggage, catering. Let's see what comes over. Alright, jetway's gonna come out. I'm on your Discord because of the shared cockpit. Alright, yeah, we can talk about that. I've never done shared cockpit, so I'm not sure. But that would be something to try. But I don't know if we're going to do it right now, Aper Monkey, but if you can like send me a message on Discord and let me kind of talk about how we do that. I've never done it before. I have to read up on it. Nice coffee. Yep, we got our flyby coffee from FlyByWire. Passengers are deboarding. Bring it up over here. There they go. Again, we have our localized names. See, a few more of the names are a little bit more North African. Also have a number of Eastern European. Kind of a mix. Portuguese, Spanish, Slavic names, all that. Up there for now. While they are coming off, I'm gonna pull up Atlanta. I don't know why it does this. Jumps. There we go. Here's our flight. Flew out of Lisbon. Flew over Seville, Malaga, across the Alboran Sea, Umastaganem. See our little, like, I knew they were going to do something like that. We could have just come in straight to final and done this, but us around. Loop. And our landing was 353.24 feet per minute, so a little bit higher than where I'd like it. Landing speed 120, a little bit faster than we should have been, about 116. G-force is good. Flight time hour 51 minutes. Fuel burn 36.89. And pull up. Pull up my world map. And there's Algeria. So we have Tunis and Libya to go for Africa. Pull that up out a little bit. There's our world tour so far. Yep, Augustin Perez was close, 300. I was at 350. Send you both links. All right. Okay, so Aper Monkey, I'll look into this, and let's try to get something set up. Maybe do a shared cockpit. I don't know if we'll do it right now because not even sure I'm gonna have time. Got passengers to boarding. We've already looked at the map. Oh, let's put away the map. What I want to do is I want to kind of go around this airport and see. Pretty empty. That's Air Algérie over there, over here. Oh, we got an Egyptian Air right there. 85th anniversary for 85 years. Pretty cool. Right here. Alright, flight phase complete. Go to end flight. Your overall opinion, 93%. This is going to be fun, leaving the aircraft. Well, sometimes you can get a hard landing. And yeah, that was good we added those few extra minutes, cause that way we're on time. Alright, yeah, the world tour is getting bigger. Alright, I'm going to put it on the intermission screen for just a little while and check to see if we can do this next flight. If not, I'll come back and we'll go raid another channel if we're gonna come off. So stick around for a few minutes and I'll let you know what's going on. And if we keep going, we're already 6 hours into the stream. I hope we can keep going. See you in a few.
Good afternoon,
deployed spoilers a little bit to give us a little bit steeper descent, quicker descent here. So about 2,000 feet per minute. We're about 2 minutes out from Bravo Sierra 022. So about that point we'll be at 12,000 feet. I think we're gonna have a hard time going direct. We'll see what they give us. They might have us transition Bravo Kilo Oscar at the VOR anyway. We'll get a night landing. That was what I was hoping for. Nice late afternoon takeoff. I believe we took off. Scheduled takeoff was, I think, 5:30. So now we get to land. Stars. I don't believe there's any moon today, or at least right now. Not sure why we're gaining speed up to 290 now. We are still, I would think, on that speed limit. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to Microsoft Flight Simulator. I'm Martin Wenzel. We are at Blaise Diagne International Airport in Dakar, Senegal. And we're going to be flying today to Modibo Keita International Airport in Bamako, Mali. Flight 67 of our world tour. And it's based on Air Senegal 301. Usually flown using an Airbus A319. I'll be using a FlyByWire's A32NX mod for the Airbus A320neo, and be using the Air Senegal colors created by Unit Death, and we'll be using Alpha India Group's traffic and Bijan Habashi's Four Season Pack. You can already see a couple other Air Senegals here, courtesy of Alpha India Group's traffic. All right, so let's get the plane set up. Do our cockpit pre-flight, make sure our parking brake is set, wipers off. Spoilers retracted, flaps retracted, engine masters off, ignition normal, thrust levers idle, anti-skid on, landing gear down, fuel quantity. Start getting that fuel on board right now. Get our sim brief. And fuel, we need 7,240. Oh, I didn't want instant. Real. All right, I have no idea where my my video box went. This whole screen got weird. Died, like, I don't know what's going on with it. Beanto Blues challenge: stream nonstop until your baby arrives. Well, that's more up to Linda than it is me. I would try that. All right. So I'm going to. You guys want to? Well, I'm going to set up some. I'm going to get some of this stuff done. Unless you want to see what I do to set up some of this flight. Yeah, let's do that. Let's do a live. How do I set up? Switch back to our gameplay one. And basically, a lot of this overlay is all going to be it out. Still going to be flying the Airbus and Air Algérie. Got to change our route. There we go. Going to Tunis. Background. Flight preparations. Yeah, let's do it. I'll show you with it. Well, we can do as much as possible. All right. We're gonna need to change our. And I have this thing called Benny overlay. That's what controls everything. And behind the scenes, that's a Delta Tango Tango Alpha. Oh, I'm so burpy. We're Air Algérie. It's going to be flight 76. All right, 76, and it is going to be Air Algérie flight 4002. Don't yet have our route. See my second previous comment. Oh yeah, I was landing when I saw that. Yeah, let us know what your comic's about. And as I said, if you are on Discord, join the Discord and you can share that right now. Little fruit fly flying around. Okay, so yeah, share that in there. I'm gonna make this little progress thing a little bit bigger. I'm doing this all in OBS. I think it would get too meta if I did it like this, right? Yeah, see, it's kind of. I'm not gonna do that. It's gonna get too weird. Get too weird. That. I'm gonna center that up a little bit more. I do need to kind of move that follower goal, but do that while we're flying, maybe. All right. Put this over here for now. I'm gonna go into sim brief. Sim brief airline Delta Alpha Hotel flight 4002 departing Delta Alpha Alpha Golf Delta Tango Tango Alpha airframe A320N fly-by-wire. Auto for cargo. Flight looks like it's gonna be about an hour 30. We have a few options, suggested routes. This one looks good. I'm just gonna copy this over to my Benny overlay. There it goes. You guys can see it. Yep, we're going on another flight. We're going to be flying to Tunis. That's what I'm setting up right now. Kind of giving you a little behind the scenes action. I could have kept it on just chat a little here. We could do it like this, or we could do it like that. Which one do you guys like? Want to see my face bigger? I think you guys want to see what I'm doing a little bit. Let's do that. Go generate flight. Yes. Generating a briefing package. Bring Navigraphs over here. So Navigraphs, because we've generated that flight, I can just go from sim brief. In. Oh, okay, that's where our plane is because we're not actually loading the flight yet. It'll be just a straight shot across the coast. Open. Kind of what I do. I just in our airport parking. One of the approaches by departure. at that later. Probably this one. Bravo Juliet Alpha 1 Charlie. So let's get this chart. So I'll just pin that for easy reference in the future. We're doing, it's going to be Air Algérie again. I don't think, let me just do a quick check on flightsim.to. I don't think I have a, and it would be too much work. I'd have to download it and jump back out. Tunisia Airlines. Yeah, no Tunisia Airlines. Oh, I didn't download. Would have been nice to have downloaded. Download this one, but I didn't put it in. I don't know why this one didn't show up. Well, hopefully it still looks decent. Well, can't get every little thing. Benjamin's comic is about a young boy kidnapped from the US and enslaved in Saudi, but escaped to the newly created Empire of Africa, and he was adopted by the Empress, and he helped subdivided the something eerily similar to another one I've heard, but download the PDF. Oh, my tour of flights. 6. Okay, got the flight this away. Changing the Twitch title for our stream. This. So Flight Simulator World Tour Flight 76 updated. See that on Twitch, and then I'm gonna do the same thing. Forgot to update that. Same thing on YouTube. I've never done 3 streams, 3 flights on one video before, so we'll break it all up for later. There you go. Put Navigraphs away for now. Jump into see what else we got to do. Got to get into the flight. Description. Yep, airline, we're going to be doing our Air Algérie flight 4002. Same flight, same plane. I just go in here and I set all my, set the low, load that up once we get in the plane. We'll open my flight plan. Flight plan, our payload 18,600. So first we're going to put my fat butt in the pilot seat. Have a co-pilot about 80 kilos. I'm going to load the plane with passengers, cargo. There we go, 18,600. Optimization 4002. We're not heavy. Departure airport. We don't have to be the same gate because we might probably be a different plane. Park over here. And we are flying to Delta Tango Tango Alpha, Carthage, Tunis. We don't have enough fuel, but once we get in, we'll load the fuel up. And this is optional. Put in the nav log. Our crew, 35,000. Doesn't need to be in there. I just do VFR and then I put in all the stuff in the flight computer. So it will, everything else will do in there. Weather, we have live weather on. December 30th. I don't have live traffic or anything else on right now. World tour flight. And I also have a schedule when this flight goes in real life. 8:40 in the afternoon. Right now it's 10:30 at night, so we're gonna go. Well, it's 10, 3:11. That way we'll get basically what the flight looks like in real life. Click fly. Yeah, I'm not gonna do the shared cockpit this flight. I don't have it all set up, and like I said, I have to go and look into that. And but definitely in the future we could do something like that. How does that shared cockpit work? Do you know, so we each have certain basically fly as a pilot, go pilot? Like I said, I have to look into that. I have no idea how that works, and I don't want to do it right now. But definitely, yeah, let's talk in Discord about that. You're gonna have to, sorry, you're just gonna have to give me time. Oh, you're a real pilot. Well, that'd be cool. Yeah, I'm already in here, and I don't jump out. The airport looked different than when we were last here. Yeah, I'm good. Like I said, I'm just gonna fly this flight, and then we'll set something up. Yeah, we'll set something up for the future, and maybe we can do it tonight. Do a separate stream and try it for the first time. It's a very interesting airport. I don't remember it looking like this before. Did it look this color before with this weird green? Yeah, we'll do that. We'll do that after. Yeah, I'm sure it is. I just. Like, I don't want to try to do it all on stream for the first time. Alright. So... Let me read Benjamin's. Okay, so he's... Comic is about a young boy kidnapped from the US, enslaved in Saudi, escaped to newly created Empire Africa, adopted by the Empress, and helped subdivide the land of Egypt to South Africa, from Somalia to Gambia, the other former colonial African territories. Joined the Empire of Africa. Thank you. This is their stream beats by Harris Keller, I think. Harris Heller, I think it's Alpha Gaming on YouTube and Twitch. Alright, well, like I said, yeah, that'll be something we'll have to look into. That sounds like fun. I want to just look into it and see how it works before I try to do it. I want to kind of be a drag on everything. Sure, I'm sure you know how to do everything, and you said you're a real pilot. Are you a real A320 pilot? Or reset this plane? I guess we could have just stayed and we didn't reset the whole. I thought you already were following, but now it's telling me you're your latest follower again. I didn't get a message. Yeah, I haven't been able to do that much because with trucking, you don't get to chill at home. You haven't been really slowed down. Pilots. Well, that'd be really cool, definitely, and we'll set that up as a special stream too. We could make sure all of the sound and everything for Discord and all that. I'm a pilot from a famous German airline, actually co-pilot. Cool. Alright, let's do this. You can critique my checklist or not. I do have a little checklist here. I probably don't do things obviously exactly the way it's done in real life, but enough to get us in the air, have fun with it. Alright, making sure the parking brake is set, ground spoilers and flaps retracted, engine ignition normal, engine off position. Have our thrust levers idle, anti-skid nose wheel steering on, landing gear down, wipers off, battery 1 and 2 on. Get the ground power, getaway, baggage, catering. Baggage. Where do you find these checklists? I think you can find on flightsim.to. You could search there. I'm sure if you do just a Google search for this one is the normal checklist FlyByWire A320neo, but I'm sure a checklist just for the A320neo would work too. Can send you a real one if you want. Yeah, send me one over. I'm not going to use it this flight, but I'll definitely want to look at it. What's nice about this is it's yeah, I don't know. I think I have a real one actually, or close to a real one, and they might. I know they might have had one at one point. Yeah, but do that. Yeah, send them in the Discord. Yeah, like I said, I'm gonna have to take a break and look at these things. Strobe set to auto. Nav 1, 2, 3. Turn on the electrical power. Alright, I'll see about that. I'll be getting pretty close to dinner time too, but... Ooh. Turn up our lighting. Late afternoon flight. Actually, our time is kind of close to real life time here in Wisconsin. Alright, fuel quantity, that's what we do. Get our fuel coming on board, and then we'll get the passengers also getting on board. Fuel 5,985. Takes 3 minutes. And open up Pack X. Get another flight going. Boarding music. Custom safety brief. Wi-Fi. Turn off the stream beats and your Air Algérie boarding music. Alright, APU engine fire tests. Alright. Gotta learn to say everything the way the pilots do too. Instrument display brightness set. Seatbelt signs are off. No smoking auto. Emergency lights armed. Annunciator lights test. Back to bright. Let's see if we can get ATC IFR clearance. Enable ignoring weather at this airport.
Algiers ground Air Algérie 4002 ready to copy IFR clearance to Carthage. Air Algérie 4002.
Oh, I should have restarted Flight Simulator.
Takeoff runway
I think the ATC is not going to come back.
Departure on 124.9er, squawk tree 777.
Well, we're in it. Get a little bit of ATs. Unfortunately, we're not going to hear the chatter from the other planes. This is why I need to get on VATSIM. So that might be what I do tonight, actually. Work on my model matching there. Get that all set up again, because I haven't used it in a while. Hey, Hans Schneider. Welcome to the stream. We're going to be flying Algiers, Algeria to Tunis, Tunisia. ATC is broken, but we're going to be taking off runway 9. Let's get in the flight computer, get that set up. If I go back to the weather request, yeah, it still doesn't have those airports in there. And our alternate is Delta Tango. November Hotel. That weather. My rudder is very buggy. I want to drive to a site, but my airplane is doing what can I do? Yeah, VATSIM is really cool. I really I only have used it once. I was flying into Kenya, into Nairobi, and controller came on there, and I really hard time understanding his accent, but it was really cool. He knew what he was doing. I didn't know what I was doing. I'm bad at reading back very well. Your rudder is very buggy. What plane are you flying in? Because there's the A320NX, FlyByWire NX. Actually, you can. I'm using the twist to do the hand tiller for ground movement, and then the rudder pedals, obviously, when I'm rolling out and landing. Alright. I'm getting distracted. Received messages. Let's print out the MEDAR. METAR. Not sure how that's exactly said. If you hit the print button twice, you don't even have to go over to the printer to grab it. Magically appear. There. Alright, go back to our init. And our alternate is Delta Tango November Hotel. Flight number 4002. Cost index. Bring up the flight plan. Cost index 44.
On behalf of the cabin crew, I'd like to welcome you
Cruise 350.
Go
to our flight plan. Bravo Juliet Alpha.
If the overhead bin is full after you put your carry-on inside of it, please close the bin as a courtesy to other passengers. Once all your items are put
Frequency is weird for that one, yeah?
sit down in your seat to allow other passengers
Looks
to find their
right
seats
frequency.
well.
Same place. That's a VOR, I would assume. Maybe the other one is for the ADF. Bravo Juliet Alpha. I'm gonna go airway. Uniform Alpha 411. Waypoint Orja. Did I get a message there that said that it doesn't recognize it? Uniform Alpha 411. Airway waypoint mismatch. Okay. Well, that is what's in the plan, but I guess we'll skip it. Go direct to Morja. We'll try the next airway. Uniform Mike 978. There we go. The Khmer, Kilo Echo Mike India Romeo. Uniform Alpha 411 again. Tango Uniform Charlie VOR. And direct into runway 29 in Tunis. I don't really think we needed to put in the airways. I'll just direct. Check the flight plan, make sure right. I think that's something they've added in with the latest update. Curved. It looked weird to me though. Goodbye flight plan. A320neo fly-by-wire Hans Schneider. Okay, so what you can do, I don't know about your rudders, but what you can do is go into your settings. You can actually set your joystick, if you have a joystick and it has a twistable axis, go to mixture. It's mixture axis, and it's going to be -100 to 100. And in fact, let's just jump into that really quick. Show everyone what we did. Control options. Go to your flight stick if you have one. If you don't, I'm not sure how you could do that. Mixture. This is the axis they're using for this. Just set your twist, your Z axis, mixture 4, and that's going to be for your, that's how they've mapped it in the A320 fly-by-wire to do the tiller. You're also going to want to make sure your rudders are not acting for the nose wheel steering anymore. Not sure what I looked up for that. Also want to make sure you don't have auto rudder on. And then toggle water rudder is what they're using. You set that to one of your buttons on your joystick if you have them, or on the keyboard. And that's going to be a way where you can not exactly sure what that does. Basically, you can use your rudder pedals and it won't interfere. Yeah, it won't do nose wheel steering from your rudders, so you can test your rudders out while you're taxiing when you're doing your flight control. We'll do that. We'll see how that works once we're taxiing. I didn't do that the last couple flights, so that should help. I mean, the rudder stuff is, yeah, it's kind of, I have the same issue with the rudders and even the tiller. It's like you just gotta be very, you gotta get slowed down and be very careful. It's always kind of a pain right now in Flight Simulator doing the taxiing and all that. Oh, sorry if I couldn't help more there. Benjamin's given us a little bit on his comic. The African Empire is divided into 24 autonomous kingdoms, 20 duchies. My main character is titled as Imperial Prince and as Autonomous King of Malawi. Are you the one who is the son of the Crown Prince of Jordan? Is that what you said? African Empire also has one territorial district which houses the capital, which is Addis Ababa, and the entire continent is connected by highways, modernized ports, and railroad. Cool. Yes, alright, so we got a crown, we got the Crown Prince's son in here from Jordan. We are still on the flight computer, getting a little distracted. I believe we have all of our fuel on board, and I think all of our passengers are on board too. Go to emit page 2. 0 fuel weight, 0 center of gravity. Always be 25. That's a good thing. 5 point, I'll just put 6.0. I had a problem with the rudder during taxi and takeoff. Yeah, you're just gonna have to play. I think you're just gonna have to play with the sensitivity and all that. I have troubles with it too. And make sure you have the latest stable or development version of the A321nx or whatever plane you're using. If it's a mod, sometimes they'll break. You don't. Hey, let's go to performance page. Bring up the calculator. That one, performance calculator. I gotta refresh this. Alright, takeoff weight is 65.3. Center of gravity 2.5. Configuration 1 flap will have the air conditioning on. Runway length is 3,500 meters. Heading 91. Elevation for the airport 82 feet. UNH is, where is it? 1025. Temperature 9. That's because it's technically nighttime. Well, 10 o'clock at night where we're at. Winds 240, 3 knots. Calculate. W1, 130. 131 for rotate. And 148.2. Transition altitude was that weird transition level. $39.40. Oh, 4,000. And our thrust reduction 88288 here as well. Engine out. 33 for the flex takeoff. Flaps 1 up 0.8. Already there. That's it for our flight computer. Actually, should put the radial stuff in there. Go down here, get the predictive wind shear. That on. Lock the cockpit door. Passengers are probably getting antsy. I'll sign on. Lost my cursor. 1025 QNH. Flight directors both on. We're on the APU. Oxygen supply, fuel pumps. Am I wrong that we need the fuel pumps for the APU in real life? Well, that's good to hear, Augusta, that you were able to fix the problem. Got the engine starting. Pull away the jetway, the baggage, the catering. Adjust my camera. Yeah, maybe. Like I said, I'm not 100% sure if we can do it tonight. But yeah, if you want to plan, nothing too long though.
Cockpit to ground. This is ground. Stand by.
Oh, that was really cool. My co-pilot just asked for the pushback on her own. Cool. Alright, APU bleed. That sounds, yeah, we could do that. Like I said, I need to set up, I want to get my VAT sim and everything set up, or if you're going to use it. I don't know how it's going to work. We'll talk about it. Again, I don't know if we're going to do it tonight because I've been streaming all day, and my wife is probably going to be like, okay, sit down for a while and rest. But I am interested, so...
Parking brakes are set. You may lift.
So yeah, let's talk about that in the Discord. Pushback is working today, lifting our plane.
Standing by for pushback.
Okay, so we got the APU going. Turn on the beacon light. And I disconnect that external power. And we can start a pushback. Okay, I know where I'm going. Push back the right direction.
Cockpit to ground.
Go ahead.
We are cleared for start and push.
Okay, cleared for push start.
Parking brakes are released.
Commencing pushback. You can start the engines in sequence.
It will start in the sequence.
Yeah, I'll join Discord for a little while and we'll see. Probably take a break for dinner, and if I do anything else tonight, maybe it'll just be a VFR flight, but I'm not sure. Yep, we'll see. We'll see how it goes with this flight. Okay, let's start our engines. Starting engine 2. Pretty hazy.
Algiers ground Air Algérie 4002 requesting the end of pushback.
Okay,
Ground.
pushback completed.
Please cancel
Please enter
pushback
parking
operation.
brake. Roger, pushback.
The co-pilot though always stops the pushback before I want the pushback stopped. Now we're just gonna have to go forward and taxi out. I guess we have room. But she always does that. Turn on the taxi light, runway turn off lights. Turn those nav logo light too. Yeah, my silly co-pilot, Ellen, and in that pushback too early. But we'll survive. Starting engine 1.
Algiers ground Air Algérie 4002 with Quebec ready to taxi IFR. Taxiing hold short runway 09er using taxiway Bravo Charlie Air Algérie 4002.
A probe window heat is auto. Arm the spoilers. Go flaps 1. And we already have our nose light and our runway turn off lights on. Weather radar. Inoperative, but anyway. Got our taxi clearance, so start the chronometer. And our transponder is set. Do bleed and master switch off. Electrical Gen 1, Gen 2. Doors all closed. In our taxi. I'm not against streaming all night, but I think my wife's gonna be like, hey, you streamed for over 8 hours, basically. Take a break. We are on vacation. For which line I'm supposed to be following. On this one. A really nice looking airport, texture wise. Why are we not turning? Guess I'm going too fast. Or I had the mouse button probably clicked down too. I wish there were a few more planes moving around. There was on our flight out of Lisbon. Cool. Of course, the ATC is kind of broken. And yes, I know VATSIM is the way to go. Want it sounded really cool and authentic. But a little nervous. I'm trying to do one thing at a time. We're doing. What are we doing? We're doing streaming and kind of talking, doing that, and then also trying to do multiplayer and VATSIM and all that is a little nerve-wracking because you don't want to screw up. Same concept when I play PUBG or whatever it is. I always feel like the noob in the room. Love that grass. Really good. Careful with the Airbus. If we let it go too long, it'll just roll away on us. What airline do you fly for, Apper? I don't know how to say your name. Apper Monkey RP? Oh, I hope this isn't where I need to turn in. Oh. The Juliet 2. Melvin, hey, thanks for jumping in. I'm from the United States. Oh. DLH is Lufthansa. Lufthansa? I'm from the United States, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Oh, there is another plane. Another guy. Must have just landed. Yeah, because we can't hear the ATC, unfortunately. That's really weird. Never seen that before. Yep, from the United States. I'm assuming Aper Monkey RP is from Germany. Flies for Lufthansa. Gonna work on doing a little collab, doing a shared cockpit. How that goes. Don't worry, that will be on stream. That will be. If he's up for it. I don't know if he streams. Yeah, definitely interested in that. But again, we're gonna have to see how that goes. And baby's on the way at any moment now, so I don't even know if a little nervous to do shared cockpit for that reason too, because I don't want. But I guess you can keep the plane flying then, if I have to leave.
Algiers Tower Air Algérie 4002 ready for departure runway 09er IFR to Carthage.
All right, well, yeah, we're on our way to Tunisia,
Short runway,
so I'm looking forward to it.
Air Algérie 4002.
I really liked coming in here into Algeria. All the flights today have been really nice. We're really hitting some really good scenery. Places we're going. Unfortunately, a lot of places in Africa are just kind of little. I like them there too. They're just smaller places. Cabin check.
Flight attendants, please prepare for takeoff.
Or COVID flew a lot to London and Nice. Cool. Yeah, definitely. If we can do some shared cockpit, then we could do some European flights. I know that some people would love to see European flights. I'll be getting into Europe eventually on this world tour, but right now, still doing North Africa. All right. All right, nose light, landing light. That's at our as the Tara. See on. Actually, we have altitude reporting on too. And we can take the runway. Oh no, we're still holding short. Hold short runway 09 Air Algérie 4002. Unfortunately, we can't hear the other ATC. So, I don't know if there's another plane coming in. Very well could be. There was a way to reset the ATC. Let me see if I can do that. Option. And we'll go back and try that again. I will.
Takeoff runway 09er Air Algérie 4002.
Yep, doesn't look like it changed anything. But we have our clearance. Get on the runway. Yeah, I've got the next. As far as my world tour flights, we're gonna be bouncing after Libya. We're gonna be flying to Jordan and then a little around the Middle East. Then Iran. I think from Iran we're gonna fly into Georgia or into the Caucasus area. We're going to work our way into Europe, and then we're just going to kind of crisscross the different countries over there. And different planes, different airlines. But definitely can do, when we do shared cockpits, we can do Lufthansa flights or whatever you'd like to do for that. That'd be pretty cool to do it with a real-life pilot. I can feel very self-conscious about doing it. Alright, so set that ignition to normal. Stabilize at 40%. That's a flex. Probably not the way you're supposed to do it. Exactly. 1, rotate. Positive rate, 0.
Going to 124.9er, Air Algérie 4002. Algiers Center, Air Algérie 4002 is at 900 feet, climbing 13,000 feet.
Got the autopilot. And now because I changed it to the offline voices, now we're just going to hear my co-pilot talking with that creepy voice. Yeah, sure would be fun in the future. The fly-by-wire A380 would be fun. Yeah, definitely. Like I said, I'm totally open to doing it. I don't know if I want to do it tonight. I'm starting to get a little tired sitting here. And like I said, my wife might be wanting me to take a break. And by the time we land, it'll be dinner time. Give myself a chance to prepare things for future flights, get that stuff downloaded. Are you in the UTC time zone? Do you mean in this flight or in real life? In real life, I'm not. What is it, -6? I think, whatever Central Time is. This flight, I think we're +1 UTC. Because here it says 2:49, 14:49, and I believe it's 15:49. Could be. Yeah, well, I'm not flying live time on this. I think you're in the same, probably the same time zone as this flight. Maybe this one's one time zone over. In real life, it is 4:09 p.m. 16:09 over here, Central Time. That fog really rolled in. That's the live weather, so maybe the fog rolls in overnight. I doubt there'd be fog if it was actually the afternoon here. That is kind of the problem. It'd be cool if they had like adaptive weather. They could change the time of day or just kind of adapt it based on time of day, what it would be. Okay, cross 10,000, turn off our landing lights. Belt sign off. And reaching climb speed 290 knots. See what ATC does. Our cruise is flight level 350. And a little shout out to everyone who's watching. Thanks for a great stream today. We're 7 hours, 10 minutes in. Had a 40-minute break in there for lunch. I'm gonna say I've added, I think, 4 or 5 followers during the stream. Really cool. A couple, 2 or 3 subscriptions over on YouTube, streaming on both platforms. If you're on YouTube and you're on Twitch, come over to Twitch and give a follow and put the eyeballs on. Right now I'm trying to get that, get the eyeballs on the stream, because I am trying to get to that affiliate status. That's where all the fun really begins. And I can stream more. I can stream more if I'm making a little money from it. Because then you can tell. I don't know who said it. Who said it earlier? It's like, tell your wife you're working on your stream. Tell your wife you're working on your stream. Stream presence. She doesn't buy that unless there's a little bit of cash coming in. or at least the ability to come. And at least I can say, hey, I'm working, I'm making a little bit of money. But I'm gonna be flying these flights anyway, and if you guys want to come along, hang out and chat, all the better. All the better. Get a wing view here, out to the Mediterranean Sea. See a little bit of wing flex. The winds up here. Let's see, winds 20 knots, 4 degrees, 20 knots, so it's just coming right across our into our side.
Descent and maintain 17,000 feet, Air Algérie 4002.
So annoying. I don't know if the ATC is set to the 18,000 feet, which is the transition altitude in America, or what, because it's been happening every flight now.
Algiers Center, Air Algérie 4002.
I kind of don't want to descend because then it bumps us out of our climb.
Climb and maintain flight level 270,
There we go.
Air Algérie 4002.
Well, again, I'm doing this all because the in-game ATC is kind of finicky.
Request flight level 350.
But as I was saying, if you guys are on YouTube watching and you're also on Twitch, come over to Twitch, put the eyeballs on. And if you're on Twitch and you haven't yet hit that follow button, what are you doing? Come on. Let's get this train going. I got a little thing above my head there. Once we get a follow, got 5 minutes to get another follow in. Let's get the hype train going. And maybe you guys are all subscribed or following in here anyway. That's cool too. Good day of streaming. Definitely need to get some different headphones if I'm going to be having the headphones on though. Of course, everyone else in the house is like, what is he doing in there all day? Who's he talking to? Talking to myself, right? Oh, I'm talking to Paper Monkey RP. Melvin. Hopefully Melvin's still on. Justin Perez. Yeah, I think after this flight, I'm going to take a break. And maybe do another, might do another stream tonight. I don't know. Definitely, I think this is going to be the last flight for today. Sadly. I'd like to keep flying. Get a little antsy or not. I think this is a glitch on our flight plan screen. Getting that lately. I saw some other people posting pictures of that, and now I'm starting to get that glitch. So I'll double check my flight plan. Nothing weird going on there. Yep, 4:16 for me. For you, getting late. So yeah, if we don't talk in Discord, well, not a big deal tonight. Like, I will check the shared cockpit and see how to use it. That way, when we talk and try to set something up, I'll know what I'm talking about. I don't want to be like no idea what's happening. This camera. A few more. Right over the engine. Alright, we'll see. Like I said, I'm gonna have to just step out once we end the stream. We're gonna go over and raid. I think we're gonna raid. Let me see who is on right now. I think 757 Spy's on, and I like watching him. see.
Climb and maintain flight level 350 Air Algérie 4002.
Do this camera. Got quite a few people on doing the flight simming right now. Yeah, 757 Spy. Well, he's over on X-Plane 11. Let me see. How long is he into his flight? I think a couple pretty good ones out there right now. Tomo's World, day 64 around the world. So here we got another flying around the world. It's flying a Foxtrot Mike November Whiskey to Foxtrot Mike November Alpha. I'm not sure where that is. He's flying in a smaller plane. Almost world might go. Could raid that. I think we'll raid Spy Flight. 757 Spy. I follow him over there. Yambo. Is it Yambo or Jumbo? Jumbo. Is Jumbo hello? Jambori Owusu. Hello. Let us know where you're from, Jambori. Always good to see you. Like I said, my friend Josh, who I taught English with in China, he was commenting earlier how it's cool people coming in from different parts of Africa as we fly over Africa. And I was saying to him, it's like, yeah, I got a lot of, especially on YouTube, a lot of followers from Nigeria and Sudan, Rwanda. I don't know about Rwanda, but Kenya. Really popular when we were flying over those areas. Jumbo. See what that means. Might mean something, might mean nothing. It is a greeting. Cool. Swahili. Oh yeah, my friend Andy, I think he's in the UK now, but he spent a lot of time in, I think, Tanzania for a number of years. And he knows Swahili. Jambo is, Jambo, similar to saying hello. It's a Swahili greeting or salutation. Specifically, Jambo is a Swahili language. Oh, it's a Swahili language. I thought it was a Swahili language. Let's not get too... Jambo primarily means affair. Right? But basically kind of like a greeting. Cool. Well, Jambo, back to you. Whew. Tanzania, there you go. Yep, that's where my friend spends a lot of time. Andy Marshall. So if you know an Andy Marshall, let me know. That'd be crazy. That'd be crazy if he did. But he's got a lot of friends over there from his time.
124.6 Air Algérie 4002
Ja, not ya. Yep. Jambo, yup, Jambo means hi in Swahili.
Flight level 350.
Hold on here. And the flight crew or the flight attendants are going to be serving snacks and drinks. And I'm actually going to have to step away for a second and use the little boys' room. Back in the pilot's seat. And before I leave, let's see what city is right in front of us. I'm going to assume that's going to be the city of Jijel. And the airport is Jijel Ferhat Abbas Airport, Delta Alpha Alpha Victor. Flying over that soon. Let's put you guys outside the airplane. Right behind us, that is Bajaya. And that airport is Sumam Airport, Delta Alpha Alpha Echo. We'll put it there for a moment. I'm going to step away. Right back.
Air Algérie 4002. Algiers Center, Air Algérie 4002, flight level 350.
Alright, the plane didn't crash while I was gone. That's a good thing. Get a view of the Mediterranean Ocean to our left. We want to go to the right though. A little bit more interesting, I think. Yabori Awusu, my forename. Now which one's your forename? Does it go the same as ours? Thank you, Augustine, for watching the plane, making sure it didn't go down. Yeah, does anyone have any questions? We have a Paper Monkey RP is a real A320 pilot, or co-pilot, or I guess you'd be a first officer right now for Lufthansa. Same as English names. Okay, so Jambori means one who brings comfort to people. And my surname means strong-willed and determined. Awusu. Cool. Yeah, April Monkey RP is a first officer. So how many years have you been flying? How many flight hours do you have, I guess? I don't know who said it earlier. It's like, oh, you should become a pilot. I'm like, hey, give me some money. And yeah. Since 3? Been flying since you were 3? Oh, since the, or you've been flying for 3 years. Got my license 2018. And you're already at Lufthansa. Are you, and you're flying the A320, so I was gonna say, are you flying like a regional airline? City Hop Lufthansa? Lufthansa? Doing the CRJs or whatever? I know in America we have ATP, which is a pilot training program, get you to the major airlines. But a little expensive. How much flight school and training is needed? Yeah, ATP, basically they got, like within a year you can be on your path to working at a regional, and then within a few years after that, working at the major airlines in America. If you really go hardcore, just it's like 9 months, $80,000 though, and you got to really focus. And then it's all about being willing to move wherever they can place you as a flight instructor. And that's the one part that kind of scares me, is like me teaching other people how to fly after I just learned. I suppose I could teach, I mean, I could teach other people how to drive a semi-truck after the year. Well, now I've been doing that for 2 years, 4 months now. Well, I could, but I don't really want to. Quite a few cities here on the north coast. Yeah, I'm kind of kicking myself a little bit that this is going to be the last flight. This is kind of like the perfect time of day where people start really getting on the Twitch to watch, but we're doing our daytime show today. In the future, we'll kind of figure it out where it fits. And GCL back there. Right in front of us, that's going to be Skikda. I think on the other end of this little peninsula is going to be Annaba. Jambori Owusu, I have as a simmer collected over 4,000 hours. I'm not even close to that. Not even close to that. I'm probably at maybe 500. I have to look and see what I got for the stats, but you know, for this world tour, my world tour that I've done in Flight Simulator and have been recording videos, I have 132 hours over 75 flights. I have another 45 hours kind of in that transition period between X-Plane and Flight Simulator before I did 20 flights before I started recording them in Flight Simulator, my world tour, so that was another 45. And then 207 hours on 81 flights in X-Plane on my world tour. That's about, what is that? 339. 384 hours just on the world tour flights that I've done, and then a scattering of other flights. I got 56 hours in Southwest in X-Plane, another 100 hours there. American, United, yeah, probably close to 500 hours sim flight. Getting mail thrown at me. Not even for me. That's not too much. What, 80,000 for ATP? I'm assuming you're referring to. There are destination data. Performance page. UNH for the destination 1023, temperature 13, wind 60 at 2 knots, transition altitude 4. For approach or runway, we're gonna come runway 29. Okay, runway 29 transition altitude 1,000 feet. And the minimums for that approach gonna be 430. There are radials in here too. Our radio stuff. ILS is a 108.5. VOR here. This VOR 116.5. Of course, you can do 92. Yeah, chat, any questions for Aper Monkey FN? It looks like he's RP when he's on Twitch, and he's FN when he's on YouTube. So he's back here watching now from YouTube. And yeah, any questions? Real A320 Lufthansa first officer. They've been doing it for 3 years. Based out of Munich and Frankfurt. Yeah, I don't know questions I want to ask. Let's see, Augustin Perez. I mean, I'd rather do that than go to college and come out with $150,000 debt. Well, yeah, if it's your choice between the two options are $150,000 of debt and $80,000 of debt, and you could fly, you might want to do that. Especially like ATP, I think they have like 1% financing, which is the best loan you're ever going to find. I would actually love to do ATC, but I heard that job is very stressful. Yeah, I was looking into that too, and then unfortunately I'm too old. Already beyond the maximum age to go into it. I'll lean back in this chair. That's what I gotta do. What plane is used from Golf Mike November to Hotel Kilo Juliet Kilo? That's going to be Hotel Kilo Juliet Kilo is Nairobi, and Golf Mike November I believe is Casablanca, right? Yeah, that's Casablanca. So let's see what I can find. Casablanca.
Descent and maintain flight level 270 Air Algérie 4002.
Or descent. Flight level 270. On the seatbelt signs.
Gentlemen, the flight crew has turned on the fasten seatbelt signs.
Casablanca to Nairobi, isn't it? I'm not seeing any flights between those two. And then search HKJK Hotel Kilo Juliet Kilo. When this one came out, I wonder if I downloaded that, the custom airport for that. Go on FlightAware and see if I can find. I don't think there are any flights between those two airports. Three, two, one. Really? Well, see there, Aper Monkey FN. He knows. Is that a Lufthansa flight? Are there any Lufthansa flights between there? want to say I did a Lufthansa flight in West Africa. Maybe Tojo. Ome. Again, all my Benin, Nigeria, all that area. Gotta. I can't find any flights for it.
Air Algérie 4002. Tunis Maghreb Center Air Algérie 4002 flight level 270. Descent and maintain 17,000 feet Air Algérie 4002.
Right. And let's see. Oh, thanks. From Frankfurt, the A330 is flying to Nairobi. Yeah, I figured it'd be flying. Usually those are A330 flights going from the main hub for one of those European airlines into an African nation. That's usually what it is. Air France, Lufthansa, all those. It'll be on a little bit longer haul from one of those African nations into Paris or into Frankfurt, depending on the airline. I'm surprised I wasn't able to find any flights between Nairobi and Casablanca. Either Kenya or is it Air Kenya or Kenya Air? Kenya Air, I think, and then Royal Air Maroc. I would think one of the two would have a flight between the two capitals. Right now, my Sim Infinite flight, I am doing a flight from Denver to Los Angeles. That's a pretty little flight. I don't think I've ever done that flight though, but I remember early on, I think one of my longest flights I ever did was Milwaukee to Denver, back when I was in China. Had to go out and run some errands too, and worried about like, oh, is the plane gonna miss the end of the flight? I think it was to Denver. Might have been Milwaukee to San Francisco. Go away, bots. Go away. Kind of awkward with this microphone right there. How's it sound if I had the microphone a little further? That's probably fine. I'll have to listen back and make sure that one's all good for you guys. Friend Quilpy, who was on earlier today, he does some Twitch streaming. I think she's up to where she's at. Maybe she's on. Maybe we'll go raid her. But she doesn't do flight sims, so maybe we'll, like I said, I kind of want to raid someone that does sort of the same sort of thing, but he does more smaller kind of games. But she was helping out with the sound earlier. A little too loud in-game. If you guys can't hear the in-game enough, if you're not hearing it at all, you know, and you want to be able to hear those engine sounds a little bit more, just let me know. I want to get the right balance. I don't really like the... I'm not a big fan of the streams where I can't hear the plane at all. Okay, she's not on right now, so... Yeah, we're probably gonna go raid. So if you guys are still around, I'm gonna go over and raid a 75 Spy, or 757 Spy. He's flying an X-plane. Flying the A300. Looks like the A300, so old style, doesn't have all the screens. A lot of steam gauges, it looks like. I'm probably gonna eat. So I mean, if it's too late for you, like I said, just leave some messages in there, and I'll send you a message back to if you can't get our voice. Like I said, I'm kind of slow at doing things, jumping right into things right away. Oh, I think we have a disconnect. Or do I have the wrong VOR in? Hey James 9811 M, if you want to watch some A320 action, today was your day. We did 3 flights. This is our last one we're going to do today, unless I come back on later. I don't think I am. My wife's not going to let me. Alright, it looks like we're skipping that, okay. Just off. Yeah, maybe going forward, me and Aper Monkey will see how it goes. We'll do a shared cockpit in the A320. So everything you want to know about the A320, you're going to want to ask Aper Monkey FN, at least for your real life stuff. Obviously, in Sim is a little bit different. Because he is a real life first officer for Lufthansa flying the A320. Not sure what's going on here.
Tunis Maghreb Center, Air Algérie 4002 requesting vector to next waypoint.
That's what happens when the ATC breaks.
Air Algérie 4002.
A little nervous about doing that. Oh. We'll see where it leads us. We have time. It's gonna be the last flight though. And then I'm gonna eat some dinner. Relax. Kind of get antsy because I'm not flying. What is that ATC? It's just the offline, and I turned it off to see if I could get both sides of the ACC working again, and I can't. Didn't work. So great if they told us our where we're coming in to land. Thinking about getting the Typhoon tomorrow. Hey, you've been thinking about that for a couple days here. I go for it. It looks like a good plane. I don't know. I haven't looked into it enough, and I'm good flying what they got in Flight Simulator. I want to kind of just do commercial flying. Even though having a one-to-one world like Microsoft Flight Simulator or X-Plane, I mean, it's not like it's a brand new thing for Flight Simulator to have a one-to-one world. It's always been that way. It's just that now it's just brilliantly pulling all that information from Bing. So amazing. Bori's going to be flying from LAX to Casablanca, from Los Angeles to Casablanca non-stop. Do you know which direction you're going to be going? I would assume you'd... Well, I would assume you'd probably go east, back over America, and then across the Atlantic. That's probably the shorter route. Now that I think about it. I'm guessing they're setting us up for to come in runway 29, so we're not going the wrong way, really. Just be helpful if we had like a arrival path or a... We have arrivals. Arrivals from the west. That chart. Basically, they just have you come in to VOR and then go back out, like according to the chart. We're good on altitude right now. I'm gonna step out just for a second again before we get our final. Capper Monkey, my longest flight was from Auckland to Paris, 21 hours in the 787. Was that as a passenger? Probably not as a pilot, right? Or was that in sim? My longest flight in sim, I think, was London to Tokyo. And second would have been Hong Kong to Cologne. I did UPS. I think it was UPS Flight 1. I think that's UPS 1, Hong Kong to Cologne. Jambori, I fly over the U.S. and the Atlantic. Yep, that makes sense.
Tunis Maghreb Center, Air Algérie
What are we doing here, ATC? Where do you want us to fly?
Turn left heading 065 Air Algérie 4002.
I have a bad feeling they're just going to fly us direct to the airport. They've just done that. Anyway. Let's see. No, we're doing pretty good. I think we're getting set up. It'd be alright. Of course, you need to descend a little bit. If I descend, they're going to start complaining about me descending. So we're going to go with the in-game ATC until the in-game ATC doesn't make sense. Once it doesn't make sense, we'll ignore them. We'll get this bird landed. Food, we have chicken lasagna in the oven right now. It should be done about 25 minutes. And if I'm not out there eating it in 25 minutes, there's going to be the door's gonna get knocked down. In the sim, in real life, my longest flight from Frankfurt is Echo Delta Delta Foxtrot Frankfurt. I see it all the time. I think it is because I think Echo Delta Delta might could be Munich, right? So Frankfurt to Los Angeles on the jump seat in the cockpit. So now we're going to go fly into the VOR and then fly back out. But that should give us time to get started. Alright, so VOR, EME Zulu. I feel like there's something missing there. Oh, runway 1. There it is. VOR, DME 1 Zulu. Transition. What do I do via? Insert. I don't know if that's going to really work though. Is that the VOR? I have a lot of trouble with these approaches when I put them in last few flights. Usually they work just fine, but last couple here I had to just kind of fly manually. Alright, so we're gonna do approach VOR Zulu runway 1. That. Okay, yeah, so we're gonna fly into the VOR and then fly out. Pull that up. We're gonna fly in there, and wherever we were at, we're way out here. Fly in. This starts automatically slowing down to 250 here as we get close to 2,000 or 10,000. Fly in the VOR, fly back out 194 degrees, 239, 59, back on to our approach, which is 1,
Going to
4.
121.2 Air Algérie 4002.
Course 14.
Carthage approach Air Algérie 4002 is at 11,400 feet, descending 3,000 feet.
And we need to be 3,000 feet at the VOR, and then once we get out
125.15 Air Algérie 4002.
out here,
Tunis
1,800 feet.
Center, Air Algérie 4002
Minimum.
is passing 10,800
I'm gonna go
feet,
760.
descending 3,000 feet.
I like to keep it stabilized and ready. Higher. That's 780. I feel like we're going.
121.2 for Air Algérie 4002. Carthage approach Air Algérie 4002 is passing 10,400 feet, descending 3,000 feet.
Ah. The scroll wheel can be a pain. Not using it can be a pain too.
We have begun our final descent into your destination.
This, yeah. Sure. Doesn't look like we're going to the VOR. I need.
All Wi-Fi related tasks and stow any larger electronics.
I'm gonna fly this all manually. Airport's over there somewhere. Alright, it's going to take us direct to the airport. Once we're there, we'll get on the VOR going out, which will be 194 degrees. Hey, if you're watching on YouTube and you have a Twitch, we really appreciate it if you watch on Twitch right now, trying to get to affiliate status. Hit that follow on Twitch. But if you're on YouTube and you're not yet subscribed over there, hit that subscribe button, hit the like button, and comment here in the chat. We have Monkey FN. He is a real-life A320neo pilot for Lufthansa, the first officer, 3 years in. Been flying for 3 years. I don't know if he's been at Lufthansa for 3 years. And I'm going to put in the ILS also for this runway. 111.1. That's a chance. We have a beautiful, two beautiful sunset landings. Two beautiful, I think, cities, Lisbon and Tunis. Not sure where we're flying here with this flight plan. Supposedly going to the airport, but following the navigation's broken, to be honest. So we're gonna turn, we're gonna get on this Rose, VOR Rose. We're gonna be 194 degrees. Getting a little bit closer to that needle moving. And there's, I think that's runway, probably runway 5. Or no, that's actually our runway. That's runway 1. That's where we're coming in. And then the other one was, I believe, runway 29. Anyways, there's the airport. We have eyes on it. They're seeing this arrow come closer. Start turning. At 5 miles out, we're going to make a turn to 239 degrees and turn and come back 59 degrees. Let's go! Yep. Last flight of the day, I think. At least this stream might come back on later and do... I don't know, we'll see. We do some VFR. Why is the needle not? They move closer. There we go. Now we overflew it. I think we'll be fine. There we go. Alright, 3,000 feet. We're gonna need to get down to 1,800. Let's see. Jambori just took off for his flight Denver to Los Angeles as Royal Air Maroc. And my plane name is Tifla Man Al Magharib,
Descent and maintain 1,800 feet Air Algérie,
which is Arabic meaning child of Morocco. Cool. Do you mean your flight from LAX to Morocco to Casablanca, or going Denver to LAX as Royal Air Maroc?
Air Algérie 4002. Carthage Tower Air Algérie 4002, 4 miles south inbound for DME Zulu runway 01 approach.
Okay, let's get our speed to 190. Turn 239.
$2,500.
And I love these sunset landings. Love them. Why are we increasing in speed? Do a cabin check. On the spoilers. I'm doing Denver to Hotel Tango Delta Alpha via Morocco, Casablanca, and Roby. Okay, so you're doing a few stops on the flight. Okay, that's cool. I gotta turn around 59 degrees. Well, that's Tanzania. Is that that's El Salam? El Salam? I've flown to Hotel Tango Delta Alpha. Can't remember the airport name, what city that is. We are really far out. We're 12 miles out. We should only be about 6, but 6.3, that's where we'll start our 3-degree descent. Landing speed. $121 on approach. It always seems 121 on approach. Noticing that. Want to get to 14 degrees. Start turning. The VOR creeping in. There's the runway. Landing gear down. Dar es Salaam, Julius, yeah. Canary International Airport. Yep, I've been there. In sim. Probably, I'm trying to think what YouTube video that was. Probably in the 40s. Get over a little bit so we can get lined up. We're 6.3 miles out. Nautical miles. That's heading 1-4. Approach. Back to speed. And since I have the ILS in, we're also capturing the ILS. We'll use that. We are full flaps. Start to see the lights coming on. And the smokestacks and the smoke are from Puff and Flight, I believe is the name of the husband-wife duo that put out those VFR
1,000
VFR packs. We love VFR. We're on the ILS. Feet on the rudders. Landing gear is down. We have our auto brake.
500.
Off the autopilot. Pick it by hand.
400.
The A321nx mod for the A320 does have the auto land feature.
300.
We have a Turkish. It's
200.
Turkish.
$100.
Drifting to the right. Always drifting to the right.
50. 40. 30.
Not the best landing.
20. Retard. 10. 5.
Whoops. Didn't want to come to a complete stop like that. That's what happens when you get in the passengers. Looking around.
The local time is 4:58 p.m.
Alright, start up the APU.
14 degrees Celsius. You can now use your mobile devices. Please remain seated until the aircraft has come to a complete stop and the seatbelt sign is turned off. Remember to use caution when opening the overhead bins. Items may have shifted during the flight.
Roll out. Not the best landing when it comes to the center line, but the slowest and decent, I'd say. Yeah, sometimes I end up drifting to the right. I haven't had too much trouble with that, but that one really making a move. Airport up here. Get off at Delta.
for Air Algérie 4002.
Carthage ground, taxi to
Carthage
gates.
ground, Air Algérie 4002, request taxi to the gate. Taxiing to gate 22 using taxiway Charlie Cross runway 11 Charlie Air Algérie 4002.
Fireplace to auto. C. Altitude boarding and gas off. Weather radar. Okay. Continue our taxi. Taxiway Charlie. We're gonna take taxiway Echo right here, and then Echo. Then to A322. We got another plane coming in. Awesome to see. Let's see, Echo. We're gonna cross runway 11, and we'll take Charlie into the parking area. See if we can find a parking spot 22. I don't think we will because they always have the wrong gate. In fact, I can't see any parking. Really cool to hear that ATC, who that is, landing. Did they just turn off their lights? Oh, another plane coming to. I give a little break and I just stop. In March of this year, we lost a president due to COVID. Really? Tanzania? Was he actively serving as president? I don't remember seeing that. Now we got Charlie. Oh, is that Charlie? Yeah. Uh-oh. Oh no, 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 no. I don't want to turn here. Oh. I don't want to turn here. Let's turn around. Turn too soon. I misread the map and I didn't kind of look where this is going. This is going to take us to the end of runway 11 and we're going to hit the sign. No! No! Oh, this plane doesn't want to turn. I'm asking too much of it. Well, it's a simulator. That's what it is. Charlie's the next one. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Still getting used to the tiller, the sensitivity. Gotta kind of... And this plane is moving, it seems. Yeah, I have... Oh. Okay, my throttle is all the way back, but actually in sim the throttle was... That's why I was having so much trouble. Explains it. There are flaps. And the spoilers. Kind of driving wherever right now. I'd like to take that gate right there. Take this gate right in between the other Tunis Airs. Well, we're not Tunis Air. I would have liked to have flown Tunis Air. That's a pretty cool scheme, but I don't think... Yeah, I looked and there are no Tunis Airs on FlightSim. Ah! Man. Oversteering. It was John Magufuli. He was serving as president since 19, and now we have Sama Hassan as our first female president. Go. When I was reading her name, like, oh, is that sounds like a female? Oh, we do have a marshaller. The wands magically appear and disappear. Parking brake is set. APU is on. Turn off our taxi lights. Pull back engines. That jetway. And it works. Cool. Power, catering, baggage. Baggage. Josh likes that. Pluto. A bag. Baggage. Turn off the beacon light, turn off the seatbelt sign, and the passenger's already boarding. Ready to go really quick. Realistic is, I think, way too slow. There's people walking in slow motion off the plane. Yeah, it's not exactly where the jetway should be. Close enough, I guess, for the sim. Alright, while the passengers are getting off, go outside the plane. Unfortunately, I can't get a good shot where I don't have that janky jetway. There we go. I'm gonna pull open Volanta. Flight ending soon. Let's complete it. 11th person to arrive in Tunis. And we know we have visited Tunisia for the first time. Straightforward flight. Big swing around for our final. Landing rate 191.06, a little bit better last time. G-force right where we wanted. Landing speed we're a little slow. Fuel burn 2561. Flight time an hour 10. Distance 429 for Air Algérie. Flight 4002. And I'm going to pull open the world map one last time today. There it is. There's Tunisia. Building, looking good. One more stop in Africa, Libya, and then we'll be off to Jordan. Let me just see. I think our next flight, next time I do a world tour flight, is going to be on Africa Airways next 2 flights, I think. Africa Airways. We're going to be flying to Tripoli in Libya, and then from Tripoli over to Amman, Jordan. Cool, Jambori from his bedroom window. He can see Mount Kilimanjaro. I think I saw a little bit of it when we were flying in Tunisia, but I didn't realize until too late. We were so far away. Right, passengers to boarding. Let's just end this flight. Soft landing. I wish it didn't have that extra shot of rum. Well, yep. Overall opinions 95%, and we were 4 minutes behind schedule. So always got to remember to add like 5 or 6 minutes to the PAC-X time. Alright, well, thanks for coming along today on these 3 flights we did. Let's see, we're at almost 8 hours and 30 minutes of a stream. That's a whole day. Gonna take a break, go eat some lasagna, set up for future flights tomorrow, and maybe see about doing shared cockpit with Apper Monkey. So if you are on Twitch, we're actually gonna, if you're still watching on Twitch, I wish there were more of you watching, but we're gonna go over now. We're gonna go over and raid 757 Spy, and should be streaming tomorrow at 9 a.m. We'll see. That's usually when I stream this week. Thanks for all the follows. If you're on YouTube and you haven't already, hit that subscribe button, like button, all that. And take care. Let's get over there and raid 757 Spy.